Chapter 1139. After saving Tu Xiaobai, Wuqi's group had no other way out, so they continued to move forward. They walked forward step by step, and no one looked back. How many years had passed? Wuqi didn't care about this question. Outside the seven holy palace, time, space, and all the other rules that ordinary people were used to didn't exist or were distorted. They walked on the plank road step by step, breaking the deadly restrictions everywhere. They struggled on the edge of life and death, and they didn't have time to care about the things around them. Many times, Wuqi was almost killed by the restrictions, and so were Princess Zhang Li's group. They were either in some dangerous places, or there was an extremely powerful beast, or there was a terrifying poison that could kill people within 3 to 5 breaths. All kinds of restrictions emerged one after another. Wuqi struggled and tried his best to study the symbols left by the restrictions. He broke them one by one to protect them. A long time ago, when Wuqi's group had walked through hundreds of plank roads of different colors, they arrived in front of a grand palace. This palace was one of the 9 palaces outside the 7 holy palace. According to the strange beast in the map, if they could enter this palace and come out safely, Wuqi's group would receive great benefits. Princess Zhang Li's group would have a chance to reach the incipient creation realm. However, after they got out of this palace, Wuqi's group wouldn't have a chance to enter the 9 palaces outside the palace anymore. They would directly enter the 7 holy palace to find their own treasures. They would either get great benefits from the 7 holy palace and leave safely, or they would be buried in the 7 holy palace. But no matter what the result was, they would never be able to enter the 9 palaces again. Thus, Wuqi resolutely gave up on entering this palace. He chose another plank road and continued to move forward. There were pavilions, courtyards, halls, and pagodas everywhere. At the end of the plank road, there would always be a delicate and magical building with 2 or 3 treasures left by the great experts in the holy world. However, none of them were sacred treasures. They were all drawings, books, and the like. Most of them were the symbols in Wuqi's Sea of Consciousness, which were made up of thousands or even tens of thousands of layers of light patterns, which recorded a huge amount of data. How many symbols had they collected on the way? Wuqi didn't bother to count. At first, he was still interested in counting how many symbols he had and how many benefits he had received. But when he counted to over 12,000 runes, there was one time when they were in a desperate situation, and all of them were nearly killed by a lava earthworm that leaped out from the lava. At that point, he no longer paid attention to these worldly possessions. He concentrated all of his energy and spirit to break all the restrictive spells along the way, trying his best to save the lives of all the people around him. In the end, did he collect 100,000 or 1,000,000 symbols that recorded countless information? He didn't know, and he couldn't be bothered to count. In any case, he only knew that more than half of the symbols had been integrated into his divine soul, because he had completely absorbed all the knowledge contained in those symbols. Step by step, his cultivation base of sane energy did not improve substantially, and the restrictive spells on the walkway were not something that could be broken with a strong cultivation base. His knowledge and experience became more and more plentiful. He had seen the most common rare beasts and poisonous herbs in the Saint's world, as well as the various natural hazards, restrictions, and other strange things. His mind became more and more stable. His mind became more and more intelligent, and his soul became more and more condensed and powerful. His strength remained just like before, but his mind had completely exceeded the limits of his current strength. Princess Zhang Lu, Xianxia, and the others followed Wuqi without a word of complaint. Along the way, they had narrowly escaped death, and many times they were almost wiped out, suffering countless hardships. But every time Wuqi cracked a restrictive spell on one of the walkways, their strength would improve significantly. Although in the cognition of the strange beast and the spirit gatherer in the 9 palace diagram, Princess Zhang Lu and the others were still mortals like ants in the sacred realm, their overall strength had reached the limit of mortals and could no longer be improved. Whether it was their physical body, spirit, magical power, divine ability, or even their knowledge and experience, They had reached the limit of the mortal. Wuxia imparted the knowledge he obtained to them without reservation. Although, because of their interest and ability to understand, Princess Zhonglu and the others only learned a part of the vast knowledge that Wuxia imparted to them, they gained endless benefits from it. Quantitative change led to qualitative change. As long as they were given the slightest chance, they could be reborn and evolve from the mortal realm to the primordial creation realm. Finally, one day, Wuxia and the others stepped out of the last dark purple plank road. There were no more plank roads in front of them, only countless stars hovering quietly in front of them. Wuxia opened a map of 9 palaces. The countless tiny silver lights that crisscrossed around the 9 silver balls on the map had completely disappeared. They had gone through all the plank paths, and there was not a single one left. The beast's head emerged from the map. He stared at Wuxia as if he had seen a ghost. Do you know? You've walked through all the plank roads in the outer 9 palaces. You've done it. You've really done it. Wuxia, who had no anger on his face, smiled and nodded. We've done it, yes. The beast twitched his mouth, shook his head, and sighed. How can there be freaks like you? How can you hold on until now? Many times, you've almost been wiped out. Are you really not afraid of death? You bunch of freaks, what should I say to you? Wuxia turned around and held Princess Zhonglu and Xianxia in his arms, whose faces had also become incomparably calm and resolute. Ao Buzin threw his head back and laughed triumphantly. What's so strange about that? Lao Tzu trusts this kid, so whatever he does, Lao Tzu will follow. Look, Lao Tzu didn't suffer a loss either. Hee, let's see how many girls Lao Tzu can charm with his scales. Proudly, he exerted his power and covered Ao Buzin's body with a thick layer of purple golden dragon scales. The dazzling dragon scales were nearly transparent, glinting brilliantly like diamonds. They made Ao Buzin look like a god, and the sacred, solemn, and lofty feeling he gave off could really charm many female cultivators with a weak mind. Lord Xianxia was also laughing. With a sway of his body, a thick layer of silver-purple dragon scales immediately covered his body. They were the same brilliant dragon scales, but they were slightly less overbearing and barbaric than Ao Buzin's. The defensive strength of these dragon scales was amazing. In any case, even Lord Xianxia himself could not break their defense with the illusion-breaking halberd, which had been upgraded dozens of times. Smiling, Lord Xianxia said to Wuxia, "We've agreed to advance and retreat together." The catfish flood dragon opened her big mouth and laughed, then said in a simple and honest manner, "Following Brother Wuxia, you'll have meat to eat." Gold horn, gold feather, and silver feather did not say anything. They just looked at Wuxia. Even if they had something to say, it was probably the same as catfish. Following Wuxia would give them meat to eat, especially gold horn and silver horn. They had long believed that it was Wuxia who had saved them from a horrible life of eating grass all day long. Only by following Wuxia would they have meat to eat. Yuan Qing and Tu Xiaobai looked at Wuxia with a silly smile. They clearly remembered that they were just some little fiends and devils on Panga continent, facing the pursuit of the official army of the Yu and the threat of those powerful cultivators all day long. It was Wuxia who took them as his disciples. It was Wuxia who gave them their first flying swords and magical treasures. It was Wuxia who gave them their first bottle of spirit pills. It was Wuxia who provided them with security and dignity, which was more important than the safety of their lives. So, wherever Wuxia went, they followed. It was that simple. Even though they almost died along the way, even though they struggled with life and death along the way, they had always followed him. As for Ninetails, who was lying next to them, drooling and gnawing on the thigh of an unknown beast, he did not think so much. When he broke out of his shell, he saw Wuxia at first glance, and Wuxia always gave him a lot of delicious food, so he followed Wuxia wholeheartedly. It was as simple as that. Wuxia glanced at the crowd with a smile, and suddenly felt that he was a failure as a human being. Except for Princess Zhonglu and Xianxia, who were his wives, Ao Buzin and Lord Xianxia, who were his brothers, and Tu Xiaobai and Yuanqing, who were his disciples. Why were all these people a bunch of foodies? They all seemed to be following him with the thought that they would have meat to eat. What was this? He shook his head and gave a wry smile. His knowledge and experience were no longer the same as before. He picked up the map of the 9 palaces and sighed softly. What a wonderful restrictive spell. The outer 9 palaces have always been in this map, right? Well, can't anyone get this map except me? The strange beast laughed. He shook his head and said, there are thousands of such maps. Anyone who enters the 7 sacred palace will get one. But the first one to walk all the paths in the outer 9 palaces and obtain the complete inheritance of the founder will be able to open the outer 9 palaces. Casually throwing the map away, Wuxia asked with a smile, has anyone else come in these days? The map of the 9 palaces flew higher and higher as beams of silver light kept shooting out of it. The strange beast's laughter kept coming from all directions. You've spent many years here, but in the chaos space, it's just one day and one night. In this one day and one night, the 7 sacred palaces have attracted more than 30,000 living beings from all over the chaos space through the 7,200 entrances. The strange beast sighed, then shook his head and said, you are the only ones who have walked all the paths. Apart from you, there are only 43 people who are still alive now. All of them have chosen to enter the 7 sacred palaces. As for the outer 9 palaces, they do not have the confidence to walk all the way. 9 dazzling balls of silver light rushed out of the map, and from them, 9 palaces of different shapes, but all magnificent and simple, gradually emerged. These palaces were not very large, occupying only about 10,000 acres of land. They were arranged in 9 positions, hovering silently in front of the crowd. The map of the 9 palaces transformed into a large sheet of silver light and blended into the bodies of Wuxia and the others. The strange beast's voice rang out quietly. Go in and try your luck. Wuxia pondered for a brief moment, then took the lead and flew towards the nearest palace. The restrictive spell of flying had disappeared, so they could fly freely. While flying slowly, Wuxia frowned and asked, how did those people get the map? Could it be that they also have a founder like me? The strange beast laughed strangely and said, well, they don't have a founder. But who said that I have to feed myself with the wine and meat I created to get the map? Different people have different tests. Don't you know that? Wuxia was speechless, shaking his head as he flew towards the palace. Chapter 1140. After exclaiming for a while, Wuxia took the lead and walked into the palace. While talking, the old man suddenly burst into tears. I have thousands of new concubines in my palace. How can I die like this? Wuxia and his company raised their heads to look at these statues as well. They were all wearing the same tall crowns and the same long robes, and all had a serious expression on their faces. There was even an indescribable aura of death in their granite-like expressions. Wuxia always felt that these old men and women looked like prisoners on death row. It was as if they knew that they were going to die, and everyone was just pretending to be calm. After commenting on these statues for a while, Buzin squatted on the ground, slammed the ground hard, and then shook his head and sighed. Different from these statues, which took a lot of energy to maintain, the materials used in this palace and the square outside the palace were simply too shabby. There were no precious materials used, but ordinary granite that could be seen everywhere. However, the polishing process was very delicate. The lines of the rock were pieced together into exquisite patterns, which looked dignified. A figure suddenly appeared in front of Wuxia and the others. It was a white-bearded old man wearing a white robe and high crown. The kind-looking old man quietly looked at Wuxia and the others for a while. Suddenly, he sighed and said, "You are here? Since you are here, I'm already dead, right? I'm actually dead. There's so many good wines to enjoy, so many beauties waiting for me to love. How could I die?" However, outside the other palaces, the statues standing on the giant pillars were strange. Some were beasts, some were birds, some were insects, and some were poisonous snakes and pythons. However, These statues were much fewer than the humanoid ones. For example, there were at most 100 statues of poisonous snakes and pythons. The voice of Jailing sounded faintly. The holy world is divided into 10 ranks. There are 3 ranks of initial creation, 3 ranks of spiritual ancestor, and 3 ranks of sage. The last rank is the rank of the strongest 7. Congratulations, Master. You are now a qualified original creator. You are now the weakest original creator. Hundreds of statues were all broken, and the holy power in the statues had been absorbed by Wuxia. Only then did Wuxia feel that his body had finally undergone a substantial change. Whether it was his fleshly strength, the cultivation base of his holy energy, the range of his divine sense, or the sharpness of his 5 senses, everything was very different from before. Along the way, people were quietly guessing all kinds of possibilities in the holy world. They had already reached the front door of this palace. Under the gaze of those statues, they walked slowly along a corridor in the center of the palace. Sometimes they would look up and look at the statues on top of the huge pillars. There was no need to ask to know that these people were definitely experts who had once commanded great power in the Saints' world. Regular spirit ancestors and founders would not be able to leave their mark here. They would be saints with a name at the very least. Looking up at those statues on top of the pillars, Wuxia, Wu, and sages and sages. Wu. What were they thinking when they died? Did they have a sense of crisis like Wuxia? Did they struggle for survival like Wuxia? Did they pursue power like Wuxia? Are they the real original creators now? Wuxia shook his head. It seemed that although the hierarchy in the holy world was simple, the difference between each rank was huge. Stretching his body, Wuxia let go of Princess Zhonglu and Xia's hands. He pressed his hands on the stone door, which was 30 meters tall and 6 meters wide, and slowly pushed it open. Before Wuxia could think of a topic to strike up a conversation with this old man, the old man suddenly smiled and said, "Sai, if I die, then so be it. If I die, none of them will be able to escape. Hee, so many people will die with me. They're my old lovers and my old enemies. If they all die, I won't be lonely." Holding Princess Zhonglu and Xia's hands, Wuxia smiled as he walked. "We won't become statues in the future, right? I remember a long, long time ago, I said that I will live well and live well with the people around me." As he pushed, Wuxia found that the stone door was so heavy that it could make a person collapse. With his current strength, he almost couldn't push it open. It was too heavy, indescribably heavy. Blue veins popped out from Wuxia's forehead, and his entire body was soaked in sweat. He could even taste the blood in his throat. He had used all of his strength, and only then did he barely push the stone door open, just enough for a person to pass through. Cracking noises kept coming out from the door, as one statue after another turned into dazzling streams of light that looked like diamond dust drifting down from the sky. These statues were all protected by defensive mechanisms, but under the influence of the thievery energy, these defensive mechanisms were broken by Wuxia, and all the power contained in these statues transformed into pure holy energy, flying towards Wuxia. Panting and sweating profusely, Wuxia pulled back his hand. With a bitter smile on his face, he looked at the palace door, which was only slightly opened, and said, "Well, let's just go in. This door is just too heavy. Is this some ordinary granite?" But soon, they raised their eyes and looked at the few palaces in the distance. This time, Ao Buzin smiled as well. Right outside the palace closest to them, on those huge pillars stood statues of handsome men and beautiful women. There were handsome young men who looked like deities and girls who were stunningly beautiful. These statues of handsome men and beautiful women were very much to Ao Buzin's taste. He clenched his fists. He wanted to protect his 2 wives and the children in their wombs. In Princess Zhongli's belly was the fruit of him and her, a lovely life destined to be strong. And in Xia's belly was the terrible 360,000 invisible sky devils that he and she had inadvertently given birth to. But no matter they were devil seeds or devils, they were Wuxia's children. He wanted to protect them. It was empty outside the palace, and there was no plaque or anything like that to indicate the name of the palace. However, there were hundreds of giant stone pillars surrounding this quaint palace, and on top of each pillar stood a tall statue. They were all old men and women wearing tall hats and long robes, their faces solemn and respectful. All of them had their heads slightly lowered, as if they were sizing up Wuxia and his company. Suddenly, a faint sigh was heard coming from within the palace, giving Wuxia a fright. Luxurious. This is too luxurious. Ao Buzin was shocked. Aren't they just statues? Do they really need to put in so much effort? His brothers, his friends, and his family were all people he cared about. He needed more power. He needed more power. He wanted to protect them. It did not matter if they were world breakcasters or something else. If they wanted to harm Wuxia's interests, they would fight to the death. A speck of spiritual light flashed between his brows, and the first strand of innate thievery energy turned into an invisible net that silently enveloped the hundreds of statues. Wuxia controlled the thief air to invade the statues. He quietly shouted, "If you guys are dead, why are you leaving these shadows? If you're dead, you're dead. If you leave a statue, no one will remember you. Only being alive is real. If you are dead, you should die cleanly." Wuxia suddenly realized he had forgotten the name of Xianxia Taoist. He still remembered the despair and helplessness he felt. It was that kind of despair and helplessness that drove him to where he was today. It drove him to struggle hard, to obtain higher authority and greater power at all costs. Not only did he have to protect himself, but he also had to protect the people around him. The sky was filled with streams of light that looked like snowflakes. The streams of light kept falling down, shattering the statues one after another. Ao Buzin looked at the statues that kept breaking. He sighed and said, "TSK, are the saints in the holy world all old men and women? Why is there not a single one of them young and beautiful? TSK, if these statues are destroyed, then so be it. It's not a pity." Hearing Ao Buzin's words, everyone came back to their senses. Wasn't that right? Why were these statues all old men and women? Wuxia felt cold sweat all over his body. He subconsciously glanced at Ao Buzin. Why did this old guy say the same thing as Ao Buzin? Wuxia was stunned. Saint Artifact and last words? How should he choose? Everyone looked at each other in surprise. Even Ao Buzin, who was the most unscrupulous, shut his mouth. The divine abilities of the holy world were truly unfathomable. They used their divine senses to scan the stone door again and again. It was indeed an ordinary stone door carved out of granite, and there were no restrictions placed on it. However, how could such a thin granite door be so heavy? While speaking, Wuxia suddenly swore, because he suddenly saw that the stone door that had exhausted him so much was only as thin as a cicada's wing. It was even a few times thinner than a cicada's wing. Such a thin door, in Wuxia's impression, he could blow it into pieces with one breath, but it actually made him so tired. But the power contained in these statues shocked Wuxia and the others. It was a terrible power that was several times stronger than the current Wuxia. This unimaginably powerful energy was evenly distributed within the statue. Clearly, this energy was only used to maintain the statue from being damaged. After laughing a few times, the old man pointed at Wuxia and asked, "Little Shi Chuang, do you want the powerful saint artifact left in this palace? Or do you want to hear my last words?" Opening up his body and sea of consciousness, Wuxia absorbed the pure and powerful saint energy. There was a faint layer of lustrous light flashing on the surface of his body, and his breath became more elusive. As soon as the words came out of his mouth, he slapped himself on the forehead and said in a self-deprecating manner, "I've forgotten again, in this place, what is ordinary and what is not ordinary. There is no standard to judge them. Maybe the granite in the holy world is like this. A palm-sized piece of granite is as heavy as hundreds of stars. Damn it. Obviously, the appearances of saints in the holy world were not the same. Unlike all cultivators in Pangu world, who were trying their best to cultivate themselves into human shapes, saints in the holy world mostly kept the original looks of their own kind. But apparently, the majority of saints in the holy world looked like human beings. At least 60% of saints looked exactly like Wuxia and the others. For some unknown reason, as he walked in the deathly silent palace, he suddenly thought of something that happened a long time ago. Back on Earth, in the remains of the ancient city in Machu Picchu, he and his brothers were easily crushed as if they were ants. What was the name of that priest who had been riding on a flying sword? The holy world was once glorious. The holy world, the world that all living beings in Pangu world and chaotic world could dream about. Those supreme beings who stood high above the masses and controlled the fates of billions of living beings had left nothing but these statues. Ji Hao glanced at Ao, Buzin, and the others who were walking beside him. The others were struck dumb. They had been fighting side by side with Wu Qi for the past few days, and they had weathered countless storms and obstacles along the way. They all knew that Wu Qi's current strength had long gone beyond the limit of their imagination. However, as powerful as Wu Qi was, it took him so much effort to open the door. What was this door made of? Chapter 1141. The area of this palace was not very large, and the interior hall was only a little over 100 acres in size. It was very clean, without a single pillar, and the ceiling was over 1,000 feet above the ground, looking very spacious and bright. The old man floated in front of Wu Qi and the others. Behind him was a hazy halo, and one could vaguely see many strange-shaped objects flickering in the halo. Hey, hurry up and tell me, do you want a powerful sacred tool? Or do you want to hear my last words? The old man squinted his eyes and laughed a few times. He clapped his hands and said with a relieved smile, "Since I'm already dead, then let me die a clean death. As for those new concubines, if it's a pity, then so be it. In short, do you want a sacred tool or my last words? Hurry up and think about it. I don't want to waste my time with you kids." Without waiting for Wu Qi to speak, the old man urged again, "Although my time was not precious when I was alive, now I'm in a hurry to die, and I'm in a hurry to die a clean death. So you'd better hurry up and decide what you want." Wu Qi did not say anything. He also squinted his eyes and looked at the old man. He carefully probed the old man with his divine sense and found that the old man's body was no different from an ordinary person's. He had flesh and blood, a temperature, and a heartbeat. He looked like a normal person, but his aura was a little strange, and he seemed to be missing something. He should be a man-made object, an object created by a sage. He was not a ghost, nor was he a puppet, nor was he a projection, nor was he a doppelganger. What was this old man? Wu Qi had not yet come into contact with the level of those sages, so he could not figure out what this old man was. He did not give Wu Qi any sense of threat, just like a bowl of water. Seeing that Wu Qi did not say anything for a long time, the old man scratched his head and slightly tilted the crown on his head. He smiled and said, "Is it hard to make a decision? Well, I can't tell you my last words first, but I have some powerful sacred tools here. I can take them out for you to see." The old man casually made a grabbing motion towards the light curtain behind him, and a quivering pink ball of liquid was pulled out by him. The ball of liquid immediately condensed into a pink crystal ball the size of a human head. He proudly weighed the crystal ball in his hand and said with a chuckle, "This is the one and only treasure in the world, Womanland. It was the sacred artifact that I was most proud of back then." Ao Buzin's eyeballs almost popped out of their sockets. He grinned and rubbed his palms together. "Womanland? TSK, what's the use?" The old man glanced at him with a smile and nodded thoughtfully. He muttered in a low voice, "So there's someone with the same interests here. It's a pity that I'm already dead. Otherwise, I'd definitely compare notes with you on how to deal with beauties." Back in the day, I was able to sleep with 30,000 beautiful virgins without falling, and I killed them until their blood flowed like a river. TSK, I establish myself as the #1 man in the sacred realm who cherishes beauties. While blowing his own trumpet, The old man did not care about the strange expression on A.O. Buzen's face. He gently pointed at the woman land, and a moan rang out. The huge crystal ball sprayed out a pink mist, which gradually spread out with a faint fragrance. Then, a soft voice and laughter could be heard. When the mist dispersed, a dozen naked young girls appeared next to the old man, smiling sweetly. Each of these girls had a beautiful face. They had plump and supple breasts, slender and soft waists, and long and powerful legs. They were either pure, enchanting, noble, gentle, smiling, angry, chasing each other, or sitting quietly next to the old man, looking at the crowd with a smile. What frightened Wuxia was that the weakest of these girls had the cultivation base of the peak level of Tao reasoning, and the strongest one had the cultivation base of the peak level of Tao breaking. Moreover, there was a pair of beautiful twin girls. One of them was emanating a strong heat, while the other was emanating a chilly air. Clearly, they were a pair of beautiful girls who possessed the power of both ice and fire. A.O. Buzen's saliva dripped from the corner of his mouth to the ground. He stared at the twin girls and said with a silly smile, "Unspeakable beauty, twin sisters, ice and fire. How could there be such a pair of beautiful girls in the world? Oh my, this woman land is indeed a supreme divine artifact." The old man smiled and handed the pink crystal ball to A.O. Buzen. "If you want it, it's yours." A.O. Buzen wiped the corner of his mouth, shook his head, and gave a long sigh, then took a resolute step back. Staring at the woman land, he sighed and said, "It's indeed a supreme divine artifact. Unfortunately, although Lao Tzu A.O. Buzen likes women, he knows what's good and bad. I can't take this treasure. Alas, what a pity, what a pity, what a wonderful treasure." The old man looked at A.O. Buzen in surprise and shouted, "This divine artifact can create all kinds of beautiful girls according to your will. Countless beautiful girls will be at your beck and call, and each of them has extraordinary strength. Whether it's for plucking or dual cultivation, they're all supreme treasures. Are you sure you don't want such a supreme treasure?" A.O. Buzen crudely scratched his groin, which had begun to swell up. He gave a cold grin and said, "When it comes to women, Lao Tzu prefers the violent ones. Lao Tzu has no interest in these kind of girls who offer themselves to him obediently." Giving the old man a strange look, A.O. Buzen suddenly burst into laughter and said, "Too bad you're a male, old fool. If you were a female, hee." The old man's face turned green. He had never seen a bastard like A.O. Buzen before. He gave A.O. Buzen a furious glare, then turned to look at Catfish Flood Dragon. A bright gleam flickered in his eyes as he casually threw the woman land back into the light screen behind him, then pulled out a gleaming butcher's knife from the light screen. Staring at Catfish Flood Dragon, he smiled and said, "This is a good treasure, and it's also a good treasure. The name of this knife is Forest of Flesh, and it's a rare and extraordinary treasure." Holding the butcher's knife, he gently swung it in the air, and a miserable howl echoed out. A five-clawed golden dragon fell down from the sky, sprawled on his back. There was a clear cut on his stomach, and his internal organs were being pulled out by a strange force. Amidst a shrill dragon roar, the scales and internal organs of the golden dragon fell off one after another, while his muscles, flesh, and bones were separated by a strange force. A sheet of flame enveloped the golden dragon's body, and before long, a strong aroma of meat wafted out. Catfish Flood Dragon, Goldhorn, and the others immediately began to drool, especially Goldhorn, Silverhorn, Goldfeather, and Silverfeather, who could not control their infatuation with the roasted dragon meat. Abruptly, they took 2 steps forward. Smiling, the old man handed the butcher's knife to Goldhorn and said, "This is the Forest of Flesh, and you've seen its power. With a casual slash, no matter what you want to eat, or who you want to eat, this knife will fulfill your wish." Wuxia cleared his throat. Goldhorn and the other 3 took a deep breath and slowly took a few steps back. Shaking his head, Goldhorn said vaguely, "Can you let us eat you?" The old man's face turned a little unsightly. He tilted his eyes and casually threw the forest of flesh into the light screen behind him. After that, he sighed lazily, shook his head, and said, "What a group of little kids who are not easy to deal with. Have a look at how many good treasures I have here." Then he pointed his finger behind him, and the light screen quietly shattered, revealing thousands of holy items glinting with strange lights. He looked at Wuxia, smiled, and said, "These are all good treasures, countless of them. Some are powerful enough to destroy a saint. Some can create a saint in an instant, and some can help you cultivate faster. There are also many other miraculous holy items like the Women's Kingdom and the Forest of Flesh. Everything is here." Taking a deep breath, the old man squinted and smiled. "What do you want?" Wuxia pointed at the old man and said in a deep voice, "I want to hear your last words." The old man looked at Wuxia with surprise. Anyone with a normal brain would choose these holy items, right? My last words? Do you think my last words will leave some clues about hidden treasures that can help you get more holy items? That is impossible. Wuxia frowned and shouted coldly, "For the people of the holy world, even if I am just a small creator, what are holy items? These worldly possessions could be created at will. Holy items are just tools that saints create to make it convenient for them to live in. But your last words, I really want to hear them, because I don't want to die in the hands of a world breaker like you guys." The old man looked at Wuxia in surprise. He nodded and said, "You are a sensible person." Shaking his head and sighing, the old man said with praise, "Before you guys, there were 4 people who came here, but they only chose a holy item and left. Compared to you, they are really too stupid, too stupid." After laughing a few times, the old man asked, "Then, since you guys have walked all the plank roads outside to come here, then you should have heard the pile of nonsense left behind by that little guy Zidan, right? My fate is up to the heavens, not me. That little guy complained a lot, right?" Wuxia remembered that when he collected the embryo of the world breaker, the strange head in the second floor complained. He nodded and smiled bitterly. He complained for more than 20 hours. It was really unbearable. The old man nodded. He squinted his eyes and thought for a while. He slowly said, "In that case, just like that little guy complained, if you don't want to die, you will have to surpass the 7 elites' power. That way, you guys will truly never die." The old man sighed and waved his hand. The thousands of holy items behind him shattered at the same time. Then he slowly said something. World Breaker to the holy world was a natural disaster. At the same time, it was a human disaster. World Breaker represented the 13 most negative powers of the holy world. The holy world had many saints and almighty. During their long practice, they expelled the negative powers from their bodies. All of the negative powers gathered together to form the embryo of a World Breaker. In other words, World Breaker was the combination of all the negative powers that the saints and almighty had expelled. That was why they had such strong power. That was why they could make the entire holy world collapse. But World Breaker should not have appeared. They were just floating powers. They should not have been able to form World Breaker bodies. But a strong power interfered with all of that. That power made the 13 World Breaker forms. It gave them an immortal soul mark. It gave them the power to break the holy world. Where did that power come from? Wuxia instinctively asked the old man. The old man smiled. He pointed at the palace door and sighed. In that case, you will have to go walk around the other palaces. Chapter 1142. Wuxia and the others had walked around the 9 palaces surrounding the 7 sacred palaces. In every palace, there was the same choice, a divine artifact or last words. Wuxia was in for a penny, in for a pound, in for a pound. All 9 palaces chose the last words left behind by the saints of the sacred world. After walking around all 9 palaces, they were sent out of the 9 palaces by a huge force, floating in the air above the 9 palaces. The 9 palaces slowly disintegrated, disintegrating into countless tiny halos in front of everyone. Accompanied by the beautiful voice, the halos formed a huge light screen, and a dark and hazy scene appeared in it. a vigorous and powerful voice that seemed to directly blast one's soul resounded in the void. He began by repeating the last words left behind by the saints in the 9 palaces. Then he began to expand from these last words and began to describe the origin of the sacred world and the origin of everything to Wuxia and the others. If the last words of the saints in the 9 palaces were the general outline, then what this voice said was the complete story. The light screen was pitch black, everything was dead, and nothing existed. The voice slowly narrated that before the origin of all things, there was a long period of time when nothing was born and nothing existed. The void where everyone was now was just an endless void. Suddenly, the black light screen began to flicker, and there were faint wisps of spirit light rippling on the surface of the water. The voice said that in the endless void, an unknown force pushed the most primitive sea of life, and above that sea, the most primitive spirit was born. It was similar to the souls of humans today, similar to the divine souls of Wuxia and the others, but it was more original and purer than all souls and divine souls. This kind of spirit represented the original power of all things. They were ignorant, but they were omnipotent. Suddenly, the sea of life was torn in two, and 2 huge spirit lights shot into the sky. The voice roared loudly, as if it wanted to blast every word into the divine souls of Wuxia and the others, firmly imprinting it in their divine souls, so that they would never forget a word it said. In the most primitive spirit, there were 2 great powers. One represented growth and reproduction, while the other represented death and annihilation. Black and white, light and darkness, life and death, yin and yang. The forces of the world were opposites, and so were the 2 infinite forces born from the primordial beings. They represented the 2 sides of the endless void. They were polar opposites, and there was no possibility for them to coexist peacefully. In the pitch-black void, a bright light flashed, and the most primitive stardust appeared. The surging stardust swirled rapidly, giving birth to large nebulae, stars, planets, comets, meteorites, and countless celestial bodies. Following that, some of the most primitive life forms appeared on some planets with abundant spiritual energy. Following a pattern that Wuxia was very familiar with, life appeared in the boundless void and began to multiply and evolve. It represented the power of breeding and reproduction, driving the evolution of life. In the beginning, life was weak and insignificant, not even comparable to ants. There were billions of strange and bizarre life forms. They constantly multiplied and devoured other life forms to evolve, making themselves stronger and stronger. As life appeared and the power of life in the void increased, the power of breeding and reproduction, the power that many saints in the sacred world called Mother, also grew stronger and stronger. The lifespan of those living beings was endless. They never faced the danger of death, and they could reproduce and develop freely. Mother created these living beings, and as they developed and grew stronger, the power of Mother grew stronger and stronger. At the same time, the power that the saints called End, the power that represented death and annihilation, grew weaker and weaker. Because of the power of Mother, End, which had been fighting against Mother ever since it was born, became weaker and weaker. There were many times when it was almost destroyed by Mother. If Mother really did destroy End, the endless void would continue to develop according to the will of Mother. Life was endless. Life was endless. Life was endless. And living beings could reproduce and develop freely. They would never face the threat of death. However, after a series of failures, End finally found a way to increase its power. Where there was life, there was death. The continuous reproduction and growth of life made Mother stronger and stronger, while the death and slaughter of life made End stronger and stronger. End began spreading death and war among the living beings. It affected the intelligence of the most primitive group of living beings, forcing them to launch one large-scale war after another. The first group of living beings created by Mother were incredibly powerful. Some of them even reached the same level as the 7 strongest beings in the sacred world. There wasn't just 1 or 2 such powerful beings, but hundreds of millions of them. So many powerful beings erupted in a war that affected the entire race. Countless lives fell, and countless lives perished. Their deaths brought in great power, and who had been beaten to the brink of death by Mother, recovered and heavily injured Mother a few times. Life and death, reproduction and destruction. From then on, if there was life, there would be death. The war between Mother and End continued. During the Long War, Mother finally realized that in order to destroy End for good, it had to cut off the source of End's power. Therefore, those powerful creatures created by Mother began to create worlds. For example, the sacred world, and the current Pangu world. These were all manifestations of worlds. The so-called worlds were worlds with their own great Tao, with their own rules, with their own space structure. Worlds in the endless void were separated by a special shield, which could effectively fend off End. After the birth of the realm, the Mother created a unique secret art that could expel the negative energies related to the End from the body. Just like the sacred world was peaceful and rarely fought. This was because all the negative energies within the saint world, spirit ancestors, and primogenitors had been purged. All the negative energies, such as envy, hatred, bloodlust, and brutality had been completely purged. All the saint's world, spirit ancestors, and primogenitors could peacefully create their own new races, enjoying their endless lives. But End also found the best way to deal with worlds, which was to gather all the negative powers that had been expelled and turn them into world breakers, giving them immortal soul seals and letting them destroy worlds one after another. When a world was destroyed, the power of Mother would be severely damaged, while the power of End would be largely improved. Because world breakers came from the powers of living beings in worlds, they could freely enter and leave worlds, start wars, and slaughter living beings. The more they killed, the stronger they became. At last, they could destroy a world completely. Looking at the ever-changing illusions on the screen and listening to the voice's explanation, Wuxia and the others felt like they were in a dream. Suddenly, a very tall, handsome man appeared on the screen. He stood in the endless galaxy, and his eyes stared blankly at Wuxia and the others. Suddenly, the voice became extremely agitated and began to tell a series of unimaginable things to Wuxia and the others. Mother and End had been fighting for countless years. In the most recent war, both sides were injured, and the two powers went into a long hibernation. The Saint's world was the last surviving world in the endless outer space. Even if there were a few living beings in the outer space outside the Saint's world, they did not amount to much. They did not even develop enough intelligence. At the last moment before the sacred world was destroyed, the last and strongest group of saints worked together to perform divination. Finally, they found an important piece of information. Because Mother and End were in a deep sleep, their control over the endless space was extremely weak. This gave the countless living beings who had been controlled by the two powers the best chance in countless years. The chance to transcend the mortal world and become saints, the chance to transcend everything. Although Mother and End were powerful, and although they were existences similar to all creations, they were just the aggregations of the most primitive spirits in primordial era. They were omnipotent, but they did not have a clear intelligence like Wuxia and the others. They could not think, calculate, strategize, or deliberately prepare for a certain purpose. At the end of the day, they were just two powerful forces, similar to the great Tao of nature. Therefore, Mother and End could be deceived. They could be deceived, especially now, when they were all in a state of endless hibernation. Some lucky creatures, if they had enough luck and fated chances, would have the chance to transcend the mortal world and become a saint, transcending everything. If they succeeded, they would become existences equal to Mother and End. From then on, they would no longer be controlled by them. They would be able to do whatever they wanted, and they would no longer have to worry about birth, aging, sickness, and death. The figure of the middle-aged man in the light screen slowly decayed. The voice sighed. The 7 strongest beings of the sacred world were the group of people who were closest to that level. As long as they could take the last step, they would become existences equal to Mother and End. Perhaps they would not be as powerful as them, but they would become existences at the same level. Among the 7, even if only one of them succeeded, the sacred world would not be destroyed. Countless living beings in the sacred world would continue to live freely. The scene of the sparkling sea of life appeared in the light screen again. The voice rumbled. Mother and End are the aggregations of the spirits of the absolute beginning, but they are not the aggregations of all spirits. The spirits of the absolute beginning are endless, and the Mother and End each have 30% of their power. As for the ones who came later, we have already annihilated them, but you still have a chance. The light screen suddenly exploded. Countless beams of light gathered together and turned into a splendid path, extending from the feet of Wuxia and the others. In the 7 holy palaces, we left some things. They might be useful to you, but they might not be useful to you. However, without enough strength, you won't be able to get them. Each of those things is extremely precious, and we only left them for the ones who have the highest chance of breaking through. The voice slowly faded away, turning into a faint sigh, slowly circling around the group. Wuxia didn't say a word and strode into the path. Chapter 1143. At the end of the path, Wuxia and the others looked back. The path formed by the blinding light was slowly collapsing. The light rose into the sky and formed into 9 enormous silver light balls, then slowly disappeared into the surrounding stars. The paths and pavilions that Wuxia and the others had spent countless hours walking through reappeared, looking exactly the same as they had seen before. Wuxia knew that the defensive mechanisms of the 9 outer palaces had been restored, and the map of the 9 palaces was waiting for a new batch of lucky people to enter the 7 Holiness Palace. If someone could walk through all the paths of the 9 palaces like Wuxia did, abandoning those powerful divine treasures and choosing to listen to the last words of those saints, everything that Wuxia and the others had seen would be replayed. This was the inheritance of the 9 outer palaces of the 7 Holiness Palace. It would let those who were qualified to know certain information know what they should know, and then let them choose their future path. Perhaps some of them would have the so-called great fortune and great luck. They would surpass the realm of creation, break through the realm of spirit ancestor, become saints, and eventually reach the level of the 7 supreme experts. At last, they would take that final step and reach the same level as the Mother in the End. They would transcend the mortal world and become saints, truly immortal and indestructible. At that point, one's fate would truly be in one's own hands. No one would be able to scheme against one. No one would be able to scheme against one, and one's fate would no longer be disturbed by external forces. Looking at the enormous defensive mechanisms of the 9 outer palaces gradually restoring, Wuxia sighed and finally walked out of the path. A bright light faded behind them. They had arrived at the 7 Holiness Palace. The path leading to this place was completely closed. In front of them was the 7 Holiness Palace, the ancient Holiness Palace that Wuxia had seen before. However, when he saw this palace in his previous life, he was smashed by the 7 Buddhist patriarchs and 9 Tao patriarchs as soon as he stepped into the square in front of the palace, and Yuanling was nearly destroyed. If the Huahuang clan didn't use the myriad spirit cauldron to protect his true spirit, Wuxia wouldn't have appeared in this life. Wuxia breathed out a soft sigh. Then, with a deep voice, he told the people around him what happened in his previous life. They carefully looked around. This was the 7 Holiness Palace, the core of the 9 outer palaces. They had narrowly escaped death countless times in the 9 outer palaces, let alone the 7 Holiness Palace. The square they were in was vast, but no one could tell exactly how vast it was. Even with Wuxia's incredible eyesight, he couldn't tell where the edge of the square was. The tiles on the ground of the square were all carved from huge rocks. Each tile was 300 meters long and 300 meters wide. Countless three-dimensional patterns were carved on the huge tiles, including dragons, tigers, phoenixes, vermilion birds, cheilants, Xianxia, and all kinds of strange creatures. At first glance, Wuxia couldn't tell how many of these tiles there were, and each of them was carved with rare birds, beasts, flowers, and grasses that Wuxia and the others might or might not recognize. This was simply an open-air exhibition of all kinds of creatures in the Holy Realm. The Holy Spirit energy, which was glowing faintly with a diamond-like light, was coiling around everyone. The thin Holy Spirit energy was about a foot tall, and when a gentle breeze blew across, the Holy Spirit energy would swirl up tens of feet into the air, silently drifting forward like a watery mist. It looked extremely graceful and elegant. 100 miles ahead of them was the front gate of the Seven Holiness Palace. An enormous archway stood in front of the gate, bringing a great pressure to the crowd. The archway stood tall, and its top seemed to reach into the boundless chaos. No one could see where the top of the archway was. Hundreds of golden statues clad in heavy armors stood on the archway. All of them had their heads lowered, looking down like gods looking down from the clouds. Below the archway was a tunnel that was several miles wide. Different from the tiles in the square around it, the tunnel was paved with translucent, unknown purple crystals. These crystals contained an astonishing amount of Holy Spirit energy. Tiny runes could be vaguely seen at the core of the crystal, giving off frightening waves of energy. The crowd was right in the middle of the tunnel. To the left, to the right, and behind them were boundless squares with no end in sight. The tunnel led straight into the Seven Holiness Palace. They could see countless layers of eaves in the palace complex, but they also could not see the end of the Seven Holiness Palace. A thin, faint purple mist enveloped the entire Seven Holiness Palace. It was completely silent, giving off an extremely mysterious and even slightly frightening feeling. Didn't they say that some people had come in before us? A.O. Buzin looked around curiously, then suddenly burst into laughter. Sigh, they came in a day earlier than us at most. Did they all go in? As soon as A.O. Buzin's voice trailed off, a shrill howl came from a main gate of the Seven Holiness Palace behind the archway in the distance. Judging from the howl, it should be a woman's voice. Accompanying the howl was a creepy laughter that made people shudder. The crowd was stunned for a moment, then flew toward the palace gate at the same time. With Wuxia, a qualified founder, around them, everyone was bold enough to cover the sky. They did not think that there was any creature here that could threaten them. Not to mention Wuxia, even their own strength had grown to a shocking level after so many dangers. What did they have to be afraid of? There were a few low pavilions near the gate of the Seven Holiness Palace. According to common sense, they should be the place where the guards of the palace lived. At this moment, a beautiful woman was struggling to climb out of a small building, but there seemed to be a great force pulling her from behind. Her slender and fair hands were tightly gripping the threshold of the small building as she screamed at the top of her lungs. A heavy, ox-horn axe fiercely chopped on the woman's right shoulder, almost severing her entire shoulder. A coarse and gloomy voice came from the small building. "Little lady, why are you running? Hurry up and have a good night with me. Hee. Judging from your figure, you're still a virgin. I'm afraid you still don't know the benefits of a man, do you?" The woman had suffered a heavy blow, and her hands no longer had any strength left. She struggled to raise her head, looked at Wuxia and the others, and screamed, "Help!" Then she was dragged into the small building. A.O. Buzin's eyes went wide in anger. He roared furiously. In broad daylight, who dares to rob a woman in front of Lao Tzu? You can't have half of such a dissolute business. Whoever dares to rob this beautiful woman from Lao Tzu will wipe out his entire clan. Wuxia and the others almost threw up a mouthful of blood. In broad daylight, these words were said in a very imposing and awe-inspiring manner. However, What A.O. Buzin said at the end really made them want to vomit blood. Sure enough, it was hard for him to change his nature. He was a downright scum. Seeing that the beautiful woman was in trouble, A.O. Buzin's speed suddenly increased by a few times. He flew to the front of the small building, kicked the half-closed door, and rushed in while laughing wildly. Wuxia and the others were not much slower than him. As soon as A.O. Buzin rushed into the building, Wuxia and the others rushed in as well. The inside of the building was spacious and bright. Obviously, there was a magical space restrictive spell here. From the outside, the building looked ordinary, but the interior of the building was over 10 miles in circumference. In a clean hall, the weak woman was lying on the ground, gasping for breath. Standing next to her was a muscular man with a wolf's head who stood over 20 feet tall. He was holding a gleaming oxhorn axe in one hand and had his foot heavily stamped on the woman's back. A.O. Buzin laughed wildly and shouted, "Evil creature, let go of that little girl. She belongs to Lao Tzu. Do you dare to touch even a single hair of hers?" The woman, who was gasping for breath on the ground, had a strange look on her face, and even the expression of the muscular man with the wolf's head was extremely strange. Both of them stared blankly at A.O. Buzin. After a long while, the muscular man with the wolf's head snapped. "Where did you come from? Bastard, what did you say?" Wuxia stood behind A.O. Buzin smilingly. He narrowed his eyes and looked at the muscular man and the woman, then suddenly laughed and said, "A.O. Buzin, be careful, it might be a trap. This woman's virginity has been taken by someone long ago, and she is no longer a virgin. You can't trust this wild wolf's words." A.O. Buzin was stunned. He narrowed his eyes and stared at the woman for a while, then suddenly burst into a rage and said, "You bastards! How dare you deceive your master, A.O. Buzin? This woman has indeed lost her virginity. She is no longer a virgin. How dare a hairy animal like you deceive your ancestor?" The muscular man with the wolf's head moved his foot away from the woman's back, frowned and said, I've met a smart man. Bitch, there's so many of us. How many can you deal with?" The woman snorted coldly. Her body below her chest suddenly swelled up, and soon the white dress she was wearing was torn to shreds. Along with a jarring sound of bones cracking, the lower half of her body turned into a black spider, measuring several feet in length. Shaking her head, the woman slowly straightened her upper body. She was a half-human and half-spider creature. The woman didn't answer the muscular man's question. Instead, she smiled at A.O. Buzin and said, "We've killed 3 overconfident fools with this move. One of them had his yang energy sucked dry by me. TSK, you look strong and sturdy, and you seem to have some strength. If you have the guts, come and fight me. Let's see if your yang energy is more abundant than that pussy just now." A.O. Buzin giggled. He scratched his lower body inelegantly, looked at the beautiful face of the woman, and said, "Ha, this master has roamed the chaotic world for countless years, but this is the first time a woman dares to challenge me. How wonderful! Could it be that all the children you give birth to have more than a dozen legs? TSK, you are indeed a rare breed." Wuxia laughed, while Princess Zhonglu rolled her eyes and shook her head. Both of them took a few steps back at the same time, feeling ashamed to be associated with A.O. Buzin. Seeing that the girl next to him was flirting with A.O. Buzin, the wolf-headed man could not help but fly into a rage out of humiliation. "Cut the crap, Lao AI. Don't forget our agreement. Listen up, all of you, this is a robbery," he bellowed. Fiercely waving the huge oxhorn axe in his hand, the wolf-headed man bellowed, "This is a robbery. Hand over all the holy items you've obtained from the outer 9 palaces. The man will cripple his own cultivation base, and the woman will take off her clothes and wait for me to pamper her. Then you'll have a chance to live." "Robbery?" Wuxia smiled, a very bright smile. How many years had it been since he had encountered such an interesting thing? He pointed his finger at Catfish Flood Dragon. Excitedly, Catfish Flood Dragon swung her hammer and ran towards the wolf-headed man while crying out joyfully, Robbery. Robbery. I don't want any holy items. Just hand over your flesh and blood. TSK. I can have a good meal now. Goldhorn and Silverhorn had been drooling for a long time. Seeing Catfish Flood Dragon had taken the initiative, they roared at the same time, opened their mouths, and sprayed out 2 strong beams of gold and silver light. Chapter 1144. Catfish Flood Dragon's hammer came whistling down, and the wolf-headed man's face fell instantly. Wolves were cunning and vigilant, and as soon as Catfish Flood Dragon struck, he knew that his strength was definitely not as strong as her. A wolf howl towered into the sky, as the wolf-headed man suddenly transformed into a shadow and sneaked into Catfish Flood Dragon's shadow. Then, a bloody mark suddenly appeared on Catfish Flood Dragon's neck. Before the wolf-headed man could exert his strength, the blinding light shot out from Goldhorn, and Silverhorn smashed viciously onto Catfish Flood Dragon's shadow. A miserable howl rang out as the wolf-headed man sprung out of the shadow with flames and cold air gushing out his body. He roared furiously and casually threw out the bullhorn axe. The surrounding void suddenly froze, and everyone could no longer see anything except for the giant horned axe. A tiny thread of blood sprayed out from Catfish Flood Dragon's forehead, and after that, numerous arrows of blood shot out from her body, as if countless axes were hacking at her. Standing behind her, Goldhorn and the others could not move as well. The bullhorn axe was a holy item that specialized in killing, and when it was wielded by the wolf-headed man, even A.O. Buzin, Princess Zhonglu, and Xianxia could not move at all. Only in Wuxi's eyes, he could clearly see one axe shadow after another flying across the sky, circling and hacking at Catfish Flood Dragon's body. Seeing that an axe was about to hack at Catfish Flood Dragon's neck and was about to behead her, Wuxi stretched out his right hand just in time and lightly flicked the axe. Under Wuxi's gaze, he saw that the axe was constructed from 7 lower-grade runes that emanated a towering, murderous aura. On top of that, it was obvious that these 7 runes were made with shoddy materials, as the gaps between them were huge. It was obvious that this saint item was a defective item. Suddenly, Wuxi came to a realization. Perhaps if those lucky fellows who passed through the Outer 9 palaces chose to get a holy item, they would most likely get a defective item like this. His finger, glinting with a diamond-like gleam, tore through the frozen void, then casually flicked the axe. The finger happened to touch the weakest spot of the 7 runes, and before Wuxi could exert much strength, dozens of cracks suddenly appeared on the axe. The wolf-headed man howled miserably. He had refined the axe with his own nascent divinity, and now that the axe was broken, it meant that his nascent divinity was also shattered by Wuxi's finger. The wolf-headed man coughed out a mouthful of blood and fell to the ground in a sorry state, gasping for his last breath. The bullhorn axe slowly shattered in front of everyone. Following Wuxi's incantation, the broken pieces of the axe transformed into a stream of blinking light and fused into Catfish Flood Dragon's body. The dozens of wounds caused by the invisible axe quickly healed, and not even a scar was left on her. Not only that, a very strong holy energy was catalyzed by Wuxi into original dragon blood essence, which replenished Catfish Flood Dragon's energy. It filled her with energy and made her in a much better condition than before she was injured. The spider lady, Lao Ai, who was staring at Ao Buzin off to the side, was struck dumb. She and the wolf-headed man were a couple, so she knew very well about his cultivation base and divine abilities, as well as the power of the oxhorn axe he obtained. However, Wuxi had shattered the axe with just a finger, which seemed impossible to her. It was a holy item left behind by the Holy Realm, a sacred item that was 1 grade higher than a supreme artifact of primal. Who could shatter it with just a finger? Lao Ai stared at Wuxi, who was wearing a faint smile on his face. Suddenly, her body went limp and she dropped to her knees. She quickly transformed into the shape of a beautiful girl, looked at Wuxi pitifully, and cried out, "Please spare my life, Senior." I was forced by him to do this despicable thing. Please spare my life, senior. The wolf-headed man stared at Lao Ai in exasperation. Coughing blood, he tried to say something, but before he could say a word, Catfish Flood Dragon had smashed his head into a puddle of blood with her hammer. With a gloomy face, Catfish Flood Dragon grabbed the wolf-headed man, opened her mouth, and swallowed him without giving Goldhorn and Silverhorn a share. While chewing the wolf-headed man's body, Catfish Flood Dragon grumbled with a gloomy face, "How dare you hurt me? Are you happy now that I've been smashed to pieces?" Although Lao Ai was not a kind-hearted person, she was also scared out of her wits by Catfish Flood Dragon's act of swallowing a man alive. It was as if she had seen the miserable scene of herself being eaten alive. She screamed hoarsely with fear, begging Wuxia to spare her life. A.O. Buzin rubbed his palms while laughing strangely, then walked triumphantly to Lao Ai's side. He nodded at Lao Ai and said, "Spare my life. Of course I'll spare my life. But, hee, if you want to live, you'll have to serve me well. Hee, tell me quickly, who are you? Why'd you set a trap here?" Lao Ai was trembling with fear. Trembling, she dropped to her knees and told Wuxia everything about herself and the wolf-headed man. They were both creatures born in the chaos, and for some unknown reason, they were born not far from each other, and were even born at the same time. Therefore, they were attracted by the biochemical aura when they were born, and naturally, they hooked up with each other. In the chaos, the strong preyed on the weak, and it was very difficult for newly born chaos fiend gods like them to survive. Therefore, they cooperated with each other to take advantage of the show today. Every time the wolf-headed man pretended to rape a weak girl, someone would always be fooled to save the damsel in distress, or do something else. In the end, Lao Ai cooperated with the wolf-headed man and successfully killed those unlucky guys. This time, they were setting up a trap again. Just as they lured a formidable chaos fiend god over, an entrance leading to the outer 9 palaces of the Seven Saints Palace suddenly appeared beside them. The 3 of them fought all the way and entered the entrance by mistake and were brought to the outer 9 palaces. Both of them had some strength and some luck. They were lucky enough to walk through a few plank paths made up of only hundreds of flagstones, and after learning some information about the outer 9 palaces, they dared not to go any further. In one of the palaces, they obtained a sacred item, the horn axe. Then, they happily left the outer 9 palaces and were teleported to the outside of the Seven Saints Palace. They had arrived here only a few hours earlier than Wuxia and the others. After obtaining the horn axe and having their cultivation greatly improved while crossing the plank paths, their confidence was greatly boosted. They resumed their old business outside the Seven Saints Palace, and unexpectedly, they attracted 3 lucky guys who were also teleported to the outside of the Seven Saints Palace and successfully killed them. Having said that, Bayan obediently handed over the 3 shiny sacred artifacts. The 3 sacred items were a needle, a spear, and a huge shield. Because they had just killed 3 people, they did not have the time to refine the 3 sacred items, so they were kept in Lao Ai's hands. Glancing at Lao Ai, Wuxia did not say anything to her. Xianxia did not show any respect and picked up the 3 sacred items himself. With a strange smile on his face, A.O. Buzin carried Lao Ai and ran to the 2nd floor of the small building. No one would disturb him there, and he could do whatever he liked to his heart's content. Lao Ai seemed to be very happy to have something with A.O. Buzin, and one could easily tell what she was thinking just by looking at her big, watery eyes. Lord Xianxia heaved a long sigh in a low voice and said, "What a great appetite! I can't bring myself to kill a spider demon like her." Wuxia just smiled. Goldhorn and Silverhorn stole a glance at Goldfeather and Silverfeather, who were standing next to them, and nodded hurriedly. Yuan Qing was the only one who was still clueless about the matters between men and women. He just stood beside 2 Xiaobai and kept giggling like a fool while holding his big stick. It took A.O. Buzin more than 6 hours to finish the job. Refreshed, he brought Lao Ai, whose legs were trembling and could hardly walk, down the stairs. Wuxia had already slightly strengthened the 3 sacred items. As Wuxia had expected, the 3 sacred items were simply shoddy goods, and any creator who had mastered a little bit of the power of creation would not take a fancy to such rubbish. But they were still 3 sacred items, and they were good for Ao, Buzin, and the others to protect themselves. The needle was given to Catfish Flood Dragon, the huge shield to Lord Xianxia, and the spear was snatched away by Ao Buzin, because he shamelessly claimed that the spear was long, thick, straight, hard, and suited him very well. Who could say anything in the face of the shameless Ao Buzin? Therefore, the spear could only belong to him now. After ordering Lao Ai to follow him obediently, Wuxia and his company carefully left the small building. Since they knew that someone like Lao Ai was planning an ambush here, it was likely that none of the other lucky fellows who came to the Seven Saints Palace would be easy to deal with. After all, this was the Seven Saints Palace, and anyone who had walked the plank path outside the 9 palaces knew that it was a very dangerous place. It was very likely that some people would not dare to enter the palace, and would choose to take advantage of it outside. Wuxia was not afraid of these people, but those who left the plank path would have 1 or 2 sacred items, and the people around Wuxia would not be able to withstand their sneak attack. Therefore, it was necessary to be cautious. They continued walking along the plank path into the Seven Saints Palace. After walking for about 100 miles, when they came to the small square in front of the first palace, over 20 living beings standing in the square stopped Wuxia and his company. It was obvious that they were led by 3 people, and when they saw Wuxia and his company, their eyes lit up at the same time. A young man who looked like a human, but had a pair of pointy and long ears, was staring fixedly at Xianxia, Tu Xiaobai, and Catfish Flood Dragon. It seemed that he was very interested in Xianxia, Tu Xiaobai, and Catfish Flood Dragon, who looked like little girls. Another young man, who had an unusually burly body and bulging muscles all over his body, and was wrapped in a layer of black bone armor, kept glancing up and down at Princess Xianxia. Deep, muffled sounds of swallowing could be heard coming from his throat. Obviously, he had a very good impression of the noble and graceful Princess Xianxia, who had a cold and solemn expression on her face. Meanwhile, the last young man, a skinny young man with a fair and clean face, had a very strange look in his eyes. He was staring fixedly at Ao Buzin, who had the tallest and strongest body among Wuxia and his company. His eyes were almost glued to Ao Buzin, especially when his line of sight kept moving back and forth 3 inches below Ao Buzin's lower abdomen. Obviously, he had a very good impression of Ao Buzin and had a strong urge to have a deep conversation with him. Standing at the entrance of the square, Wuxia and his company stared coldly at this group of people. None of them said a word. After a long while, the skinny young man, who had a good impression of Ao Buzin, suddenly laughed. He bowed slightly to Wuxia and his company, then said slowly, "I assume you have the same experience as us. A great fortune is right in front of us. The 3 of us have already made an agreement. I hope you can abide by it as well. Otherwise, you'll be in big trouble." Ao Buzin laughed. He pointed at the young man and said, "You mean we have to listen to you?" The skinny young man lowered his head shyly and snorted, "If it's you, my friend, I can listen to you as well." Ao Buzin's wrinkled face instantly turned green. He was a lustful man, but he had never been interested in men. Blushing, Wuxia looked at the young man, smiled, and said, "I see. It seems that this is a good match." Ao Buzin's eyes suddenly turned crimson, and all the joints in his body began to creak. Chapter 1145. Destined? Am I destined to be with this rabbit? Ao Buzin was so angry that the skin on his forehead cracked. A pair of purely dark dragon horns slowly drilled out along with a weird noise. The dark dragon power transformed into tens of tiny black dragons, hovering around Ao Buzin. The air suddenly froze, as a bone-piercing coldness and a great heat, which was strong enough to burn human beings into ashes, shrouded the surrounding area. The pale-faced young man glanced at Xianxia in surprise, then abruptly laughed with a hissing voice. So strong, I like it. Eyes sparkling with a peach blossom light. The pale-faced young man wielded his sleeve. A heart-shaped, pink-colored crystal slowly flew out of his sleeve and threw it towards Xianxia, along with a soft moan. The expressions of the few chaos creatures standing behind the young man changed simultaneously. Subconsciously, they took a few steps back. Obviously, they had all suffered from this pink crystal before. Be careful, Wuxia said blandly, then drew back for a long distance. He left Buzin, who was infuriated and paid no attention to him. Instead, he began looking at the surrounding buildings. According to Pangu, every step in the Holy Palace of Seven was dangerous, but they had already entered the first level of the palace. Why hadn't they run into any special magic seals or ambushes? This place looked like an ordinary palace in the human world, but it was especially tall and magnificent. The roof tiles were bronze, the walls were bronze, the pillars were bronze, and the floor tiles were cyan blue, which also had a faint metallic luster. All the palaces in this place looked especially ancient and heavy. Somehow, Wuxia felt that these palaces were like towering mountains, and the longer he looked at them, the more uncomfortable he would feel. With his eyes sparkling brightly, Wuxia began focusing on analyzing the surrounding buildings. He didn't even want to pay attention to anything else. The pink crystal slowly flew in front of Buzin, glinting with a faint light and emanating a warm aroma. After drawing an arc in the air that looked like the soft curves between the chest and abdomen of a peerless beauty, it flew toward the top of Buzin's head. At the same time, the surrounding lights and shadows changed. The empty, cyan blue square suddenly turned into a pink boudoir. Silks and satins could be found everywhere, and all kinds of exquisite furnishings could be found everywhere. Countless beautiful boys and girls, as well as countless beautiful human figures, had been pulling and entangling each other in the satins, their bodies wriggling and rubbing against each other. Xianxia sneered in a low voice and shook her head disapprovingly. Clearly, the crystal was also a saint artifact, but its style was a little too obscene. Although this obscene and seductive illusion was powerful, it was of no use to Buzin, a heartless monster with a heart of stone. Buzin grinned. He grabbed the soul-splitting spear and thrust it into the sky. The soul-splitting spear let out a long roar and transformed into a raging black dragon that soared into the sky. It spat out dozens of raging fire dragons, which smashed against the pink crystal and forced it to stay where it was. The pale-faced young man's expression changed. Just as he was about to yell out, thick black dragon scales emerged from Buzin's body. He grabbed the holy spear that he had just robbed and thrust it towards the pale-faced young man with a hideous smile. With a thrust of the spear, the surrounding pink illusions shattered with a loud rumble. Countless meteor-like light shadows shot out from the spear, bringing with them a heart-wrenching and lung-splitting shrill as they madly attacked the pale-faced youth's vital points. The pale-faced young man cried out in surprise. His figure flashed, and he transformed into a four-eared white rabbit with light pink fur. His two extremely powerful hind legs kicked hard, and he suddenly turned into a white lightning bolt, darting towards the exit of the square. Just as the lightning bolt was about to rush out of the square, Wuxia casually struck out with his palm. With a loud bang, the four-eared white rabbit was knocked dizzy, and its head slammed into the ground. It was unknown what material the blue-green floor tiles were made of, but they were not damaged in the slightest. However, the four-eared white rabbit's head was bleeding. A large part of its skull was dented, and there seemed to be a few drops of brain juice spilling out. Rabbit! Buzin laughed crazily and swung his spear horizontally. The four-eared white rabbit let out a miserable howl, and its body suddenly twitched violently. A large amount of blood spurted out from between the rabbit's hind legs. Obviously, Ao Buzin had performed some kind of surgery on the rabbit. A rabbit should never learn to be a man. Ao Buzin laughed viciously, strode to Wuxia, grabbed the four-eared white rabbit up, and shook it in his hand. He stared at the few chaotic creatures who were standing behind the four-eared white rabbit and growled. Who else wants to fight Lao Tzu? A total of 7 chaotic creatures kneeled down on the ground in great shock. They all showed their true forms and carefully exposed their bellies. This was a sign that these chaotic creatures surrendered to the strong. They were also shocked by the four-eared white rabbit's violence. Now, the four-eared white rabbit was beaten badly by Ao Buzin. Obviously, Ao Buzin was an even more brutal being. What else could they do but surrender? Wuxia narrowed his eyes and snorted in a low voice. Only Ao Buzin, who was standing beside him, heard what he said. Wuxia wanted Ao Buzin to forcibly subdue the other 2 groups of people. The Saint Palace of 7 was a dangerous place, and having a group of cannon fodder to explore the way was more valuable than any treasure. Although Wuxia still had a qualified cannon fodder, Wuchang, as the Seven Saints' Palace was a mysterious and unpredictable place, it was very likely that Wuchang would be completely wiped out. Therefore, it was more worthwhile to subdue this group of people and use them as a pathfinder. Ao Buzin understood Wuxia's words. Grinning hideously, he swung his palm and chopped off the four-eared white rabbit's head. A shrill howl echoed out as a white rabbit's shadow darted out from the four-eared white rabbit's dead body, rushing towards the chaotic space high up in the sky. It looked like it was about to flee. You can't run. Why waste your energy? Ao Buzin shook his head, not knowing when Catfish Flood Dragon had flown up into the sky. She opened her mouth and greedily stared at the white rabbit's divine soul, who had thrown itself into the trap. Then, she swallowed the white rabbit whole. Ao Buzin let out a few strange laughs, winked at the man with pointy ears and the muscular man, then opened his mouth and swallowed the four-eared white rabbit. His sharp teeth chewed the white rabbit's bones to mush. Deliberately, some blood flowed out from the corner of Ao Buzin's mouth. Then he nodded satisfyingly and said, "Not bad. Although this fellow's cultivation base is a little weak, his muscles and bones are chewy, just that he has too much hair." Bah! He spat out a mouthful of white hair that flew all over the sky. Then Ao Buzin reached out his hand and grabbed the pink crystal, which was confronting the soul-splitting spear. With his belly puffed up, Ao Buzin came before the 2 men, who had an unsightly expression on their faces, and snapped. "Are you the leader? Are these people your subordinates?" The man with pointy ears and the muscular man exchanged a glance. Without saying a word, they launched an attack at Xianxia's disrespect. The man with pointy ears pulled out a bow and an arrow. In a blink of an eye, dozens of green dots shot whistling out. The muscular man gave a long and sonorous cry and cast a divine power, expanding his body to nearly 100 feet tall. Then he swung his huge fist and smashed it down towards Ao Buzin's head. Ao Buzin thrust the spear in his left hand out and unleashed countless beams of light that shot out like shooting stars, shattering the dozens of ghastly green specks. He recognized that the bow and arrow held in the man's hand was also a holy item, so he dared not to let the flames unleashed by the holy item touch him. As for the punch launched by the muscular man, Ao Buzin didn't take it seriously at all. Smilingly, he stuck out his head and let the muscular man's punch land on his head. A shrill howl echoed out as the bone armor on the muscular man's fist shattered. The 2 dragon horns poking out of Ao Buzin's forehead pierced deeply into the man's fist and crushed his finger bones. The muscular man leaped up and down in pain. Roaring furiously, he pulled out a flail with 3 metal spikes and wielded it with all his strength, smashing it down towards Xianxia's head. Ao Buzin's face flickered slightly, and the dragon transformed from the soul-splitting spear quickly went up to meet the flail, clanging and clashing with it. The flail was also a holy item, and the power it unleashed was extraordinarily heavy, as if thousands of stars were smashing down at the same time. The soul-splitting spear trembled violently, and the scales of the giant black dragon were shattered. Even Ao Buzin was trembling violently. With a cold snort, Lord Xianxia produced the huge shield given to him by Wuxia. With a boom, it exploded into countless streams of light, weaving into a brilliant curtain of light over Ao Buzin's head, within which countless layers of smoke, clouds, and flames could be vaguely seen. The flail kept smashing on the curtain of light, but it only produced countless blinding flames and could not shake the curtain even a little bit. No matter what, the huge shield was a good item that had been reforged by Wuxia and was much stronger than those fake holy items in the Outer Nine Palaces. On top of that, the burly man's cultivation base was many levels lower than Lord Xianxia's, so how could he cause any pressure to the shield? Catfish was even more ruthless. It was as if she never knew how to show mercy. Soundlessly, the holy needle that Wuxia had reforged turned into a three-colored beam of light and shot out, piercing into the back of the man's head like an iron needle piercing a piece of tofu. A miserable howl rang out as the three-colored beam of light shot out from the man's forehead. A stream of brain and blood sprayed hundreds of feet away, spraying right onto Ao Buzin's face. Laughing strangely, Ao Buzin licked off the brain and blood on his face. Then, with a shake of the spear in his left hand, it turned into a stream of light and pierced through the man's heart. Casually, he recited a spell taught by Wuxia. Abruptly, Ao Buzin's spear turned into a sheet of dazzling, thorny light that penetrated into the man's body. A muffled noise rang out as the man's body was pierced by countless strong light beams that splashed in all directions. His body began to disintegrate, with every cell in his body being minced into tens of thousands of tiny particles, and even his divine soul was pierced into a sieve by the countless light beams. Seeing that four-eared white rabbit and the man, who were lucky enough to form a small group with similar cultivation base and the power of their holy items, were killed by Ao Buzin and his company, the burly man lost the courage to fight desperately. He threw away the flail in his hand and dropped to his knees in fear and trepidation. "Seniors, please spare my life. I'm willing to submit to you and serve you." The burly man knelt and begged for mercy, while nearly 20 chaotic creatures also dropped to their knees and revealed their true forms in fear and trepidation. Chapter 1146. There were 25 chaotic creatures in total. According to their origins, they were all chaotic fiend gods, just like Yuan Ling in Wuqi's previous life. It was just that these chaotic creatures were much less qualified than Lord Yuan Ling's group. 90% of the 25 of them were newborns who had only been born in the primal chaos in the last 10 periods. Their cultivation bases were not very high. Before they entered the Outer Nine Palaces, the strongest among them was only a peak-level gold immortal. But after the baptism of the Outer Nine Palaces, their cultivation bases had generally improved to the upper tier of Tao Reasoning Realm, and each of them had obtained Saint Item. The cultivation bases of the killed four-eared white rabbit and the sharp-eared man, as well as the burly man in bone armor who had submitted to Wuxia, had improved the most, reaching the peak level of Tao Reasoning Realm. Moreover, the Saint items they obtained were the strongest and most mysterious. Therefore, the three of them had gathered a few lucky fellows and formed a small gang, trying to get the greatest benefits in the Seven Saints' Palace. There were about a dozen lucky fellows who had entered the Seven Saints' Palace, but they were either ambushed by Lao AI and the burly man with the wolf head, or killed because they refused to join the three small gangs. Therefore, except for Wuxia and his companions, these 25 people were all the outsiders in the Seven Saints' Palace. In the face of these chaotic creatures who had submitted to the Seven Saints' Palace after being intimidated by violence, Ao Buzin and Lord Xianxia had beaten them up and extorted all their Saint items. In any case, Wuxia only used these people as tools to explore the way, so there was no need to leave these Saint items in their hands. In this way, after being refined by Wuxia, The people around Wuxia had at least 1 or 2 saint items to protect themselves. Although the chaotic creatures who had been robbed were resentful, in the chaos, the strong were the kings, and the law of the jungle was the supreme law of the chaos. In the face of Wuxia and his companions, whose strength was far stronger than theirs, and whose saint items were extraordinary, they could only choose to submit and did not dare to show any signs of disloyalty. When Princess Zhang Lu planted an extremely vicious restrictive spell in their divine souls, the last glimmer of hope in these chaotic creatures' hearts was gone. They were dead set on submitting to her, and no longer dared to have any disloyalty. After A.O. Buzin and his companions had taught the 25 unlucky fellows a lesson, Wuxia had already seen some clues from the surrounding palaces. Unlike when the 7 Buddhist patriarchs and the 9 Tao patriarchs entered the 7 Saints' palace, all the restrictive spells had been activated. It was not only a matter of selecting a suitable successor, but also a measure of self-protection. After all the world breakers had woken up. If they found the 7 Saints' palace, they would definitely launch an attack here. If they found the 7 palace, they would attack. After careful exploration with spirit sense, in Wuxia's vision, the palaces around had become transparent like flowing water. The palaces twisted and flickered like ripples on the surface of water. Layers upon layers of spatial restrictive spells had been compressed together. Each of the palaces here was embedded with countless others. Some of the palaces might be of real value, while some were probably just tools to fool the eyes and ears of others. In addition, there were many restrictive spells hidden in them that Wuxia could not identify, but which made his blood run cold instinctively. One wrong step, and he would be smashed to pieces. Wuxia finally understood what Pangu had said about the danger of the 7 Saints' palace. When Pangu entered the 7 Saints' palace, the restrictive spells of the 7 Saints' palace had not been fully activated. Pangu had almost died and escaped. Now, facing the 7 Saints' palace with all the restrictive spells completely activated, it would be 100 times more difficult to get any benefit from it. It was not only about power, but also about luck and opportunity. Ignoring the weird looks from the 25 followers, Wuxia carefully walked forward for 360 steps in a row. Then, he moved to the left, then to the right. With every step he took, he would step on the center of the 3-meter-wide floor tiles. He took 4,900 steps in a row within the area with a radius of 3,000 meters, as if he were dancing. Along with a cracking sound, the edges of the perfectly sealed floor tiles of the square suddenly released a dazzling light. The thin light spread out in all directions, and the crowd could only see this light. Apart from that, they couldn't see anything else. A crystal hourglass appeared in front of Wuxia. The sand in the hourglass had been flowing down quickly. Under the hourglass was a large bowl with hundreds of soybean-sized pearls in it. A voice sounded by everyone's ears, telling them how to get through this restrictive spell. Before the sand in the hourglass ran out, they had to pick out a pearl produced by a bluemouth cloud clam from the large net. At most, they could do it 9 times. If they couldn't pick out a pearl that met the requirement before the sand in the hourglass ran out, or if they couldn't pick out a pearl within 9 times, one of them would be killed. The one who would be killed would be chosen by the person who triggered the restrictive spell. In other words, whoever was chosen by Wuxia, if he failed to pick out the pearl, that person would be killed. Cold sweat oozed out of everyone's back. Princess Zhang Lu slightly patted her own chest, sighed, and said, "Fortunately, we brought these people under our control and didn't kill them all. Otherwise, if my husband couldn't pick out a pearl that met the requirement, one of us would have been killed." The group of people on the scene all nodded in relief, but the faces of the 25 followers had all turned green. They stared at the large bowl floating in front of Wuxia in fear, hoping that Wuxia could meet the requirement of the restrictive spell. Wuxia felt a lingering fear as well. Fortunately, he had come up with the idea of letting his friends die so that he wouldn't die. These 25 unlucky people were brought under his control and used as stones to explore the way. Otherwise, he would have to use them now. There were hundreds of pearls in the bowl, which looked exactly the same. And who could tell which pearl was produced by the blue-mouthed cloud clam? Throwing a sideways glance at Princess Zhonglu and the others, Wuxia gave a bitter smile and said, "Well, I guess I can only try my luck." Gnashing his teeth, Wuxia conveniently picked out a pearl from the bowl. Pop! The pearl turned into a wisp of smoke and dissipated in the air. Obviously, this pearl didn't meet the requirement. Wuxia was taken aback. He carefully identified the pearls with his divine sense, but all of them were the same. There was no difference at all. He laughed bitterly, then grabbed out another 8 pearls at random. As a result, all 8 pearls shattered and turned into wisps of green smoke. Left with no other choice, Wuxia pointed at the burly man and said, "Kill him." A stream of watery light descended from the sky. The burly man silently melted into a puddle of clear water and seeped into the ground. He didn't even have the time to let out a miserable howl. A deep and powerful voice rang out. To be able to activate the restrictive spell in this place, you must be very powerful. Unfortunately, your luck is too bad. The One Step to Heaven Pavilion, which is connected to this restrictive spell, is now closed, waiting for other fated people. Wuxia asked in a deep voice, "What do you mean by One Step to Heaven Pavilion?" The voice continued in an indifferent tone. "If you are lucky enough, you will be able to pick out a pearl from the blue-mouthed cloud clam, and you will be able to enter the One Step to Heaven Pavilion. Among them, there are 3 Holy Spirit pills, which were personally concocted by the medicine saint of the sacred realm. Each of these pills can allow an ordinary person to reach the level of a spirit ancestor. If you take all 3 pills at the same time, you will be able to reach the level of a saint." Wuxia was speechless. The eyes of Ao, Buzin, and the others all turned green. Princess Zhonglu said angrily, "This kind of restrictive spell, it's simply... what the hell?" The hourglass and the big bowl disappeared without a sound. A golden, fragrant wind blew over, and Wuxia and the others were sucked into the second layer of the palace. Obviously, Wuxia and the others had missed the opportunity to enter the One Step to Heaven Pavilion. However, he had found the restrictive spell that led to the One Step to Heaven Pavilion. So the restrictive spell of the 7 Saint Palace had been fully activated, sending them into the second layer of the restrictive spell. Wuxia also shook his head at what had just happened. One Step to Heaven Pavilion, One Step to Heaven Pavilion. This really tested one's luck and Tao. A Holy Spirit pill that could allow one to immediately reach the level of a saint after taking it. This kind of heaven-defying pill could only be obtained by those who were extremely lucky. Wuxia felt that it was better for him to cultivate step by step. By the time the golden, fragrant wind dissipated, everyone was already in the square in front of another palace. This square was 100 miles long and wide, and was surrounded by high copper walls that blocked everyone's line of sight. Behind them was a towering memorial arch, and on the left and right were 2 purple Qilin statues with 6 wings on their backs. In front of him was a huge palace that was surrounded by white clouds. There were at least 100 floors in the building, and each floor was 30 meters tall. The bronze-colored palace stood on a pedestal made of white jade, and it looked more like a pagoda than a palace. Accompanied by deep and muffled footsteps, 12 metal puppets appeared out of nowhere, each holding a large jade tray in their hands, and came before Wuxia with big strides. The 12 jade plates were filled with all kinds of medicinal herbs, and there were faint dewdrops hanging on the herbs that emitted a strong medicinal smell. Obviously, they had just been picked. A voice rang out again. "Within a quarter of an hour, eat 108 medicinal herbs. If anyone survives after eating 108 medicinal herbs, he or she will be able to enter the 7 Holy Palace and read the divine text of evolution." There are 1,200 types of medicinal herbs in the 12 jade plates. 12 of them are non-poisonous, and the rest are highly poisonous. If anyone fails to eat 108 medicinal herbs within a quarter of an hour, 2 of you will be killed, and the one with the highest cultivation base on the scene will be the one to choose. An hourglass quietly emerged in front of Wuxia, and a handful of silver sand quietly flowed down. Clearly, The restrictive spell had started counting down. Wuxia smiled bitterly and helplessly. Frowning, he casually grabbed the weakest of the 24 remaining chaotic creatures and brought him to his side. The man had a haggard face and a scrawny body. As soon as he was grabbed by Wuxia, he screamed out in a hoarse voice, struggling and begging Wuxia to spare his life. Wuxia shook his head, gave a bitter smile, and said, "Spare my life, I can't. I'll try my best to keep you alive." Someone had to eat 108 medicinal herbs. If he didn't let these people who had surrendered to him take the test, how could he let these friends and relatives of Wuxia take the risk? Glancing at the large jade plates held in the hands of the 12 metal puppets, Wuxia quickly identified these medicinal herbs. He felt a surge of joy in his heart. All these medicinal herbs were recorded in the medicinal encyclopedia passed down by the 9 palaces. Indeed, only 12 of them were non-poisonous, while the rest were highly poisonous, which would immediately die upon entering the mouth. However, these 12 non-poisonous herbs were all detoxifying spirit herbs. By combining them in pairs, or in groups of 3, or with the addition of 2 other poisonous herbs, they could detoxify the toxicity of 72 different kinds of poisonous herbs. Among the remaining thousands of poisonous herbs, there were 357 of them that interfered with each other. As long as these poisonous herbs were eaten at the same time, the toxicity would at most make one suffer from abdominal pain, but not fatal. In his previous life, Lord Yuanling was an expert in pill concoction, and he had even obtained the legacy from the 9 palaces in the Outer Ring. As such, he was very familiar with the changes of these poisonous herbs, and it was not difficult for him to cast the restrictive spell. Laughing out loud, Wuxia grabbed the man, who was struggling crazily in his hand, and shoved all kinds of medicinal herbs into his mouth at lightning speed. Chapter 1147. Shrill cries shook the heaven and earth. The skinny man in Wuxia's hands struggled and howled, but none of this could stop Wuxia's determination to use him as a test subject. 108 herbs were stuffed into the skinny man's mouth at the fastest speed, turning into smelly, sweet, scalding, or icy cold juices that slipped into his stomach. The various herbs reacted with each other, clashing and restraining each other. Eventually, 108 herbs coexisted harmoniously, turning into a ball of warm air that slowly circulated in the skinny man's body. The skinny man felt his entire body brimming with energy, as if even his divine soul had received a certain upgrade. He was overjoyed to find that he did not die, and instead, he had obtained a lot of benefits. He looked at Wuxia in surprise, his eyes brimming with tears, not knowing whether to curse Wuxia or thank him. The deep voice rang out again. If you successfully consume 108 herbs, you can enter the 7 Saints' Palace and read the Divine Canon of Celestial Evolution for 15 minutes. Wuxia arched his brows and snapped. Just a quarter of an hour? The voice continued in a lukewarm tone. If you consume 360 herbs, you can enter the 7 Saints' Palace and read the Divine Canon of Celestial Evolution for 6 hours. If you challenge the most difficult restriction and consume 6,400 herbs within 3 days, you can enter the 7 Saints' Palace and read the Divine Canon of Celestial Evolution for 3 days and 3 nights. If you fail, you will kill the 3 people designated by the person with the highest cultivation base here. Isn't it just consuming 6,400 herbs? Isn't it just killing 3 people? From the corner of his eyes, Wuxia gazed at those defectors who were standing off to the side, trembling with fear. Without hesitation, he snapped his fingers and said, "Bring me all the medicinal herbs." 6,400? That doesn't seem too difficult. Rumbling footsteps could be heard as hundreds of metal puppets appeared out of nowhere. With heavy steps, they came to Wuxia's side, carrying a huge jade tray. Nearly 10,000 fresh herbs were placed on the jade tray, and the strong smell of herbs filled the air. Just the smell of these herbs alone was enough to make people faint. Among these 10,000 herbs, there were less than 1,000 harmless spirit herbs, and the rest were all poisonous herbs. The scrawny man, who had just escaped from death, let out a shrill scream of terror. "Senior, please spare my life. Apart from me, there are so many people here, any one of them could serve you," he cried in a heart-wrenching voice. The 20 defectors cursed in unison, accusing the skinny man of not being loyal enough. They were not willing to shed blood for Wuxia, and were not willing to contribute to Wuxia's great cause. A tall, burly, and boastful man even flattered Wuxia, boasting that he was the supreme almighty expert with the highest achievement in history, and that it was an honor to be caught by Wuxia to test his medicine. Yet, this skinny man still dared to weep, which clearly showed that he was not loyal to Wuxia, and at the same time, he did not have enough trust in Wuxia. Wuxia should tear him into 1,000 pieces as a punishment. Wuxia shook his head, then pointed a finger at the skinny man and knocked him out. The defectors were babbling nonsense, but in order to save their lives, they had even thrown away their last bit of dignity. Wuxia was too lazy to listen to their nonsense. If he really tore the skinny man in his hand into 1,000 pieces, would that burly man offer himself to Wuxia to test the medicine? Ao Buzin couldn't help but fly into a rage when he heard the flattery from these people. He snapped at them, scaring Chi-Chi into shutting their mouths. There were nearly 10,000 types of poisonous and spiritual herbs, and Wuxia recognized about 70% of them. According to his understanding of medicinal properties, as long as these herbs were combined organically, it would be enough for the skinny man to consume 6,400 types of herbs without dying. However, the number of herbs was too large, and Wuxia could not be sure that the skinny man's body could withstand all the medicinal properties without collapsing. He had to find a safe way to make the medicinal properties as gentle as possible. He knew very well that this restrictive spell was aimed at the legacy of creation of the 9 palaces. If it was a lucky guy like Wuxia who had obtained the complete legacy of creation, he would be able to pass the test with ease and be qualified to read the sacred canon of celestial evolution. If some people didn't receive the complete inheritance and didn't recognize these medicinal herbs, but they had great luck and didn't die after eating 6,400 kinds of medicinal herbs, or they were simply born with a physique that was immune to all poisons, then according to the 7 holy palaces' predetermined design, these people with great luck and fortune would naturally be qualified to obtain a certain amount of benefits. After all, the 7 holy palace was a place of inheritance, and it was not a place that was deliberately set up so that people could enter but would not be able to leave. This kind of restriction to select a successor was the most reasonable. It took Wuxia 2 days and 2 nights to carefully mix several thousand kinds of herbs, perfectly matching them with various herbs. And finally, he made the skinny man consume a total of 6,400 different herbs. The skinny man's body swelled up due to the medicinal properties, and he turned from a short man who was less than 4 feet tall into a big man who was 8 feet tall. This was the result of the medicinal properties of the various herbs being neutralized in his body. After all, these herbs were spiritual herbs from the holy world, so the huge medicinal properties were transformed into pure energy that was beneficial to people. This helped him to be reborn, changed his meridians, and cleansed his marrows. This was a great benefit for the man. In just 2 days and 2 nights, this man had not only forcibly broken through to the early stage Tao-breaking realm, but even the toughness of his body had been greatly improved. In particular, his innate talent had also improved. Now, his 8 feet tall body was much better looking than before. Wuxia pinched the man's philtrum hard, and the man who was knocked out by Wuxia quietly woke up. After all, he was a powerful chaotic creature, so he quickly discovered the changes in his body. He leaped to his feet in ecstasy, then threw his head back and laughed wildly. "I'm not dead, I'm not dead, I'm not dead. My cultivation base, my body, my soul. I'm not dead, I'm not dead." After venting his anger, the man dropped to his knees, weeping bitterly as he bowed to Wuxia and said, "Thank you, Senior, for your help. Thank you, Senior. Wu Tang is willing to die for Senior, Wu Tang is willing to go through fire and water for Senior. But in the future, let those bastards do all the dirty work. Wuqi and Princess Zhang Lu exchanged a glance. Both could not help but find it funny. Wuqi nodded and said, "Well, if there is such a danger in the future, I won't need you. Someone else will do it. It's just that you have to be loyal and devoted, or else." After all, Wutang's sheep was a chaos creature at the early stage of Dao breaking. Back in Pangu world, he could be a powerful being. Therefore, Jihao would be happy to have him as a helper, so why not? After all, their lives were in the hands of Princess Zhonglu, so Jihao wasn't worried that they would betray her. Xiaodang kept kowtowing to Wu Qi with tears of gratitude. After that, he came to stand behind Wu Qi with his head held high. His eyes shone brightly as he glanced around, sneering at those defectors who had thrown stones at him just now. The faces of the remaining 20 defectors paled in fear, and their legs trembled. Chaotic Creature had successfully passed this test, and Wu Qi said that he wouldn't use him again. Therefore, all the other risks would fall on them, wouldn't they? The deep voice echoed in everyone's ears. "Since you have passed this test, you are qualified to enter the Palace of Seven and read the Divine Evolution Scripture for 3 days and 3 nights. As for the others, if they dare to move, they will all be killed." Lights and shadows flashed around them. Next, Wu Qi and the others felt their bodies lightened and were directly sent into a square-shaped tower-like palace. By the time the lights and shadows stopped flashing, they had already arrived in an enormous palace. The walls of this palace were made of all kinds of beautiful jade, and the pillars were made of crystals. The floor was covered in a thick, orange-red carpet, which was made from a strange beast fur that no one had ever seen before. Every single strand of fur was wrapped in a faint purple flame, emitting a warm feeling. This carpet also carried a strange fragrance, which made one's ears and eyes sharper and refreshed. Bright light shone in from an unknown place, illuminating the entire palace. There were 108 enormous crystal pillars in the palace, and every one of them was transparent. Through the pillars, one could see that there were countless hidden compartments of different sizes, in which there were either a piece of paper, a piece of jade, or a scroll. Every single item was emitting an aura of treasure. Obviously, they were all extraordinary treasures. With a ding-dong sound, a large, transparent crystal hourglass appeared above everyone's head, and the shining sand in the hourglass flowed down rapidly. The voice said in a deep voice, "For 3 days and 3 nights, those who have just broken the seal can study the Divine Evolution Scripture. The others are not allowed to move around, or else they will be killed." A ray of light shot out from the crystal pillar closest to Wu Qi, and a book made of nephrite, which was extremely flexible and tough, fell into Wu Qi's hands. The handwriting on the book was condensed from purple golden metal liquid. The quaint handwriting was sparkling, and every word contained an extremely strong power. Once people saw it, they wouldn't be able to take their eyes off it until the handwriting was deeply imprinted in their divine soul. Fortunately, he had obtained the ancient legacy of the founding of the sacred realm in the outer 9 palaces, so he could read the language of the sacred realm. Otherwise, what was the point of studying the celestial evolution canon when he could not even read the characters in the books? There were 4 large words on the cover of the book. They were the words Celestial Evolution Canon. Below these 4 large words were 2 extremely small words. They were the words Volume 1. Wu Qi's heart sank. This was only the Volume 1 of the Divine Evolution Scripture. Could there be a Volume 2 or Volume 3? However, he didn't have much time. 3 days and 3 nights might not be enough to completely memorize the contents of this thin book. Wu Qi didn't have the time to ask the various questions of the voice and hurriedly opened the book to read. As he read, Wu Qi became deeply immersed. The Volume 1 of the Divine Evolution Scripture was indeed mysterious. It actually started from the structure of the sacred realm and explained the origin and development of the various runes in the sacred realm. From here, Wu Qi learned that the runes in the sacred realm were called Saint Seals. Each seal contained endless mysteries of the world, and possessed unimaginable power and divine abilities. Every leaf and every grain of sand had a saint's seal as a reference, and every thunder and lightning also had their own saint seal marks. The Volume 1 of the Divine Evolution Scripture introduced the most common and basic knowledge of the saint seals in the sacred realm in detail. Earth, water, fire, wind, rain, dew, frost, snow, all sorts of saint seals corresponded to different powers. Only by thoroughly studying these saint seals could one learn the most basic addition, subtraction, multiplication, and division. Only then could one learn more profound knowledge. The saint seals were the foundation of the entire sacred realm, and the Divine Evolution Scripture was the foundation for learning the voice. Wuxia immersed himself in the vast knowledge of the saint seal like an intoxicated man. Relying on the formidable power of his divine soul, he forcibly imprinted the entire first volume of the Celestial Evolution canon into his divine soul before the time limit of 3 days and 3 nights was up. Is there a Volume 2 and Volume 3? Quickly hand them over. When the hourglass in the air collapsed, Wuxia threw down the Volume 1 of the Divine Evolution Scripture and loudly berated. Chapter 1148. Wuxia wanted the second part of the canon of celestial evolution. As soon as he said those words, the hourglass floating above his head disappeared. A fragrant aroma came from a corner of the hall. From a transparent crystal pillar, a beautiful lady walked out slowly. Her hair was tied up in a high bun, and she was wearing a palace dress that looked like clouds and mist. She was gorgeous, noble, and indescribable. This lady was beautiful, but she looked lifeless like a zombie. Step by step, she walked up to Wuxia and asked coldly, "The canon of celestial evolution is divided into 3 volumes. Are you sure you want the middle, and lower volumes?" Cautiously looking at this lady, Wuxia nodded and said, "I do need them." A cold gleam flashed across the lady's gray eyes as she said in a deep voice, "Please choose any one of your companions." Wuxia was stunned. The lady's cold and emotionless voice gave him a bad feeling. He gave those defectors a glance and saw that all of them were huddling up in fear, staring at him in a panic like frightened quails. Ji hadn't want to think too much. He grabbed a defector who didn't like him and threw him in front of him. "No, Senior, please spare my life." The defector let out a miserable howl and could no longer speak. The lady pressed her hand on his head. Countless streams of light, which were several times thinner than hair and formed from countless talismans, drilled into his body and penetrated into every part of his body. The man slowly floated up. His clothes turned into ashes and drifted down, while his body turned strangely transparent. Countless talismans were spinning rapidly inside his body. These talismans vaguely formed the shape of a 3-legged toad. Wuxia remembered that this man was a 3-legged toad that lived in the chaos. He loved to devour metal, and his skin was copper and bones were iron. He was famous for his strong body. Countless talismans spun rapidly, and a strange rumbling noise could be heard. The man's body began wriggling like a melting candle. Within the time it took to finish a pot of tea, the man slowly shrunk into a 3 feet long, silver-haired, long-eared white rabbit. The woman coldly pointed at the white rabbit lying on the ground, unable to move, and said in a deep voice, "Restore it to its original state, and you can obtain the 2nd volume of the Celestial Evolution Canon. If you can't do that, then you'll have to choose 6 people to follow you and kill them all." After a slight pause, another hourglass appeared above Wuqi's head. The woman said in a deep voice, "You have 1 day." Wuqi's expression became very serious. This woman's magic power was simply indescribable. In Panga World, Tao reasoning primordial unity, golden immortals were capable of turning stones into gold and grass into cabbages. However, to turn a Tao reasoning expert into an ordinary white rabbit, one that did not show any signs of cultivation at all, was just an ordinary rabbit. It was too difficult to do so. Perhaps even those Tao fusing saints could not do it, not to mention Tao, reasoning, primordial unity, golden immortals. In order to restore the white rabbit to its original state in one day, not only would it need to restore its body, but it would also need to restore its divine soul, its magic power, and its original state before it transformed into a human. The complexity of the task was enough to make one collapse. Fortunately, he had just read the first volume of the Celestial Evolution Canon and obtained the complete primer. He knew that in the eyes of the almighty experts in the sacred realm, all living beings were composed of various energy runes. Although the three-legged toad's life form had been changed, all the spell symbols that made up its life form still remained in its body. It was just that someone had disrupted the structure of these spell symbols with a powerful divine ability, reorganizing and reconstructing them. As long as one could grasp the pattern of these runes and move them back to their original positions, there would be hope to restore it. Just now, when the man floated up into the air, Wuxia saw the structure of the three-legged toad's true form from his transparent body. As Wuxia's divine soul was extremely strong and his intelligence was extremely high, he could remember the structure of tens of thousands of runes very clearly. Reaching out his hand and pressing on the man's head, Wuxia imitated what the woman had done, sending thousands of torrents of runes that contained his divine sense into the man's body. The huge rabbit's body trembled. When Wuxia scanned it with his divine sense, his body turned transparent as well. Gradually, it no longer looked like a rabbit, but had completely transformed into a complex, three-dimensional structure of runes. Wuxia recalled a sentence in the primer of the 9 palaces. As a qualified primer, spirit ancestor, or saint, one should not be deceived by any external appearance. All forms were nothingness, and only the structure of runes and energy was the essence of everything. His divine sense transformed into a sharp blade, tearing apart the nested runes in the rabbit's body one by one. Under the control of his divine sense, the runes carefully flew out in all directions, gradually returning to their original positions according to the structure of the three-legged toad in Wuxia's memory. Under the restraint of Wuxia's powerful divine sense, the runes were recombined into one, and amidst the bright light, the silhouette of a three-legged toad began blinking. The runes were torn apart, and the tyrannical magic power that had been imprisoned within the runes began to be released. This magic power was originally the three-legged toad spirit's own magic power. When the woman in the palace dress turned him into a rabbit, all of his magic power was imprisoned within the runes within his body, which was why he had become a normal rabbit. Now, Wuxia had torn apart the nested runes, releasing the imprisoned energy. Gradually, according to Wuxia's will, the energy formed a complete network of energy circulation in his body. The eyes of the woman flickered with a dazzling cold light. She fixed her gaze on Wuxia's every move, not missing a single detail. This woman, who should be an artificial puppet, was like an examiner in an examination hall, testing whether Wuxia, a student, had enough knowledge and ability. The sand in the hourglass above Wuxia's head quickly flowed down. When there was only a little bit of sand left, a painful howl was heard, and the man just now was lying on the ground, covered in sweat. He trembled, holding his head and trembling on the ground. Cold sweat gushed out of his body like spring water, and soon a large patch of the red carpet on the ground was wet. First, he was forcibly transformed into a white rabbit, and his divine soul and soul were shattered and recombined. Then, Wuxia transformed him from a white rabbit back to his original body, and his soul was shredded and recombined once again. Neither the woman nor Wuxia deliberately protected him, so the man could clearly feel the pain of his divine soul being shattered and then pieced back together. At this time, he had already developed a deep fear of Wuxia and the woman. In his heart, Wuxia and the woman were the incarnations of all the demons in the world. He lay on the ground and cried bitterly. If Wuxia wanted him to die now, he would probably be so scared that he would immediately commit suicide. Changing the image of a living being from the level of the origin of life, even the soul was within the scope of change. This kind of divine ability was beyond everyone's imagination. Wuxia did not feel anything when he acted according to the law, but the other onlookers had long been shocked, and even Princess Zhonglu was shocked and could not speak for a long time. To these almighty beings, this kind of divine ability was like a mortal seeing an immortal cast a spell that could turn stone into gold in front of him. It was equally shocking and then equally terrifying. A dignified Tao reasoning expert had been needed as easily as plasticine by the woman and Wuxia. This scene was too shocking. The woman nodded slowly. She casually pointed, and the first volume of the Celestial Evolution Scripture in Wuxia's hand slowly flew into the crystal pillar. After that, she waved her hand casually at the crystal pillar, and a book flew into Wuxia's hand amidst a large sheet of bright light. You have the right to study the second volume of the Celestial Evolution Scripture for 6 days and 6 pages. Another hourglass appeared above Wuxia's head, and quicksand silently poured down. Wuxia did not care about anything else. He sat cross-legged on the ground and quickly opened the second volume of the Celestial Evolution Scripture. He was completely immersed in this thin book. If the first volume of the Celestial Evolution Scripture taught the most basic addition, subtraction, multiplication, and division, then the second volume had advanced to the level of many equations. In the second volume, it began to teach how to use runes to attack and defend, and how to use runes to destroy and create. In the second volume, everything in the world was a raw material. Mastering the power of runes was like having a carving knife in one's hand, and one could use these raw materials at will to carve the most satisfactory work. Every sentence in the second volume pointed to the essence of the entire endless void, and it thoroughly analyzed the various methods and experiences of transforming matter. As Wuxia studied the second volume, all kinds of strange phenomena flashed around him from time to time. Sometimes a few forest sparrows flew, and sometimes a few white rabbits ran around. There were flowers, trees, insects, fish, birds, and beasts, and all kinds of strange creatures. Gradually, demon beasts began to appear around Wuxia, and then all kinds of spirit beasts. When 1/10 of the sand in the hourglass was about to run out, immortal beasts began to appear around Wuxia out of thin air. When the sand in the hourglass was about to run out, Wuxia slowly closed the second volume of the Celestial Evolution Scripture with a solemn face. A divine bird, Gale, slowly took shape over his head. It was obvious that the divine bird had reached adulthood. With a gentle flap of its huge wings that spanned 1,000 feet, a pressure of immortal energy belonging to a peak-level Tao reasoning expert came rushing over, scaring Ao, Buzin, and the others into taking a few steps back. On Panga continent, the divine bird, Gale, was born with the cultivation base of peak-level Tao reasoning realm. Such an ability could scare a large group of people to death, and perhaps even several almighty experts of Tao fusing realm will be scared to death by it. After returning the second volume to the lady, who had been standing still with a solemn expression, Wuxia asked with a smile, "If I may ask, what are the conditions if I want to read the second volume of the Celestial Evolution Scripture?" The corner of the lady's mouth curved up slightly, indicating that she had laughed. She looked at Wuxia, nodded slowly, and said, "If you want to read the second volume of the Celestial Evolution Scripture, you have 9 days and 9 nights to dismantle me. Once you completely dismantle me, you'll be able to read the second volume of the Celestial Evolution Scripture. But if you make a mistake, I will explode myself immediately, and all the living beings in this great hall will be killed." Cold sweat was dripping from Wuxia's forehead. If it were just a few unlucky fellows who would be killed, he would not care at all. He would immediately propose to dismantle the lady. But if he failed, everyone would be killed by the explosion. Then the pressure was too great. He was not the only one here. There were also those who had defected, as well as a group of his family and friends. But he had already obtained both the first and second volume of the Celestial Evolution Scripture, and its mysteries were so fascinating that it would be unbearable if he could not read the second volume. How many more mysteries and magical techniques were recorded in the second volume, all of which made it difficult for Wuxia to extricate himself. Should he continue the challenge or leave? Cold sweat soaked Wuxia's clothes. Chapter 1149. Just when he couldn't make up his mind, Princess Zhonglu and Xianxia came to his side and took his hands, one on the left and one on the right. Xianxia narrowed her eyes and said with a smile, "What's there to hesitate about? Xianxia absolutely believes in your power." Princess Zhonglu did not say a word. She just held Wuxia's hands and smiled. Ao Buzin had already thumped his own chest loudly and shouted, "What's there to be afraid of? Let's do it. If we die, we'll face the sky. And if we don't die, we'll live forever. What's there to be afraid of? Let's risk it all. If we win, we'll have a good life together. If we see a beautiful girl, we'll fuck her. But if we lose, hee." Laughing in a weird way, Ao Buzin narrowed his eyes and said in a deep voice, "If we lose, we'll have to face the threat of those monsters all the time. What's the point of living then?" Clicking his tongue, Ao Buzin seemed to be lost in his thoughts. Just now, he was full of heroic spirit, but now he laughed in a low voice and said, "I wonder if there are any beautiful girls among those world breakers. If there are, Lao Tzu will fuck one of them sooner or later." Standing aside, Lord Xianxia and the others kept shaking their heads, not daring to say anything to Ao Buzin, this shameless and nasty guy. They walked up to Wuxia at the same time and showed Wuxia their greatest support. As Ao Buzin said, if Wuxia won, Wuxia would gain great benefits. But, according to Wuxia's character, he would teach all the things he learned to the others. In the end, all of them would benefit. As long as Wuxia won this time, all of them would be greatly improved. Although they might not be able to defeat the world breakers, at least they would be able to do whatever they wanted in Pangu World. Looking at the people around him, Wuxia nodded heavily. He smiled at the woman and said, "Then let's begin. Oh, I'd like to ask, other than the Tianyuan canon, are there any other books here?" The lady stared at Wuxia coldly. She nodded slowly and said, "Apart from the sacred canon of heaven evolution, this palace is the one with the largest and most basic storage among the 36,000 palaces of the 7 sacred palaces. All of the foundational cultivation manuals created by the 7 most powerful beings, 800 sages, 100,000 spirit patriarchs, and over 100 million primordial beings were recorded here. After sorting out the books, there are a total of 76. 58 million books here." Wuxia nodded and said, "How do I get them?" The woman's face gradually turned blurry. She slowly floated up and said in a cold voice, "If you get the 2nd volume of the Divine Canon of Heaven Evolution, you have the right to study the 55 million basic books of the Talisman Department in here." Wuxia was enlightened. This woman was the final guardian of the basic books of the Talisman Department. If he could solve the problem she gave him, he would be able to get the 2nd volume of the Divine Canon of Heaven Evolution, and he would be able to study the 55 million basic books of the Talisman Department freely. At first glance, 55 million basic books sounded very scary, but when he thought about the fact that this library contained the basic books of all the powerful beings in the Divine Realm, which was 1,000,000,000 times larger than the Pangu world, he realized that it was not a big number at all. After all, in the current Pangu world, an ordinary primordial immortal might have taught his disciples over 10,000 different magic arts, and the disciples of a sect master could learn hundreds of thousands of different magic arts, not to mention those almighty beings in the Holy Realm. The woman in the palace dress had already turned into a human-shaped halo. Her palace dress had turned into 18 layers of hazy light mist that twined around the human-shaped halo. In the eyes of others, she was still a beautiful and cold woman, but in Wuxi's eyes, she had become a large-scale collection of runes. It was like solving a math problem. Wuxia had to use all kinds of methods he had learned from the 1st and 2nd volume of the Divine Canon of Heaven Evolution to dismantle this collection of runes. A new hourglass emerged above Wuxi's head, and the woman's voice came from nowhere. If you dismantle me successfully, you will be blessed by the brightly lit heart for 1 month. Within 1 month, you will be able to master all 755 million basic books of the Talisman Department. Wuxi's spirit was suddenly shaken. The brightly lit heart. It would only take 1 month to master all 755 million basic books. There was nothing to hesitate about. Although the risk was great, the benefits he could gain were also great. What was there for him to hesitate about? His enormous divine sense poured out without any reservation, transforming into countless thin, gossamer tentacles that slowly swam around the woman's body. All the runes that made up the woman's body were recorded in the divine canon of heaven evolution, but all of them were interconnected in a three-dimensional structure similar to a trihelix, which was astonishingly complicated. Not to mention the woman's humanoid halo. Just the 18 layers of hazy light mist surrounding her was so complicated that it could make one want to vomit blood. It took Wuxi 6 whole hours, but he still couldn't completely analyze the structure of the first layer of light mist. Cold sweat was dripping from Wuxi's forehead. Gnashing his teeth, he forced his divine sense into the light mist in the form of gossamer threads. While Wuxi was making his decision, the first trace of thief energy, which had gradually begun to merge with him, suddenly changed. It burst into a dazzling light and merged with Wuxi's divine sense in a twinkling of an eye. A wonderful feeling of enlightenment surged out from the depths of Wuxi's divine sense. Wuxi suddenly felt that he had truly and thoroughly understood this thief energy. It was extremely ancient, and it was definitely not just a pre-world power that was produced when Pangu created the world. Instead, it was something even more ancient, with an even more mysterious origin. After staying with Wuxi for so long, this time, when Wuxi was facing a great threat, this thief energy finally completely merged with Wuxi's divine sense. From now on, Wuxi's divine sense had become one with it, and there was no distinction between them anymore. The glowing mist, which was dense and difficult to analyze just a moment ago, was now full of loopholes. It was like a master thief who was proficient in picking locks had found the simplest marble lock. Chuckling, Wuxi transformed his divine sense into dozens of fine runes and passed through those loopholes. A series of popping noises could be heard. Then the woman's clothes were shredded into pieces. The shredded clothes transformed into streams of light and gathered above the woman's head, condensing into a translucent and exquisite spell symbol. Ao Buzin sighed in surprise. What a great trick! I always tear off women's clothes with my own hands. But how can he do it so easily? The faces of Princess Zhonglu and Xianxia changed at the same time. They threw a glance at Ao Buzin with darkened expressions, then fixed their eyes on the woman's beautiful body. No matter how one looked at it, this woman's body completely fit the aesthetic standards of any male creature. She was a human-shaped puppet created by a powerful being from the Holy Realm. But in Wuxi's eyes, this woman's body didn't exist at all. She was merely an amalgamation of energy and matter formed by countless spell symbols. His spirit power was like a sharp knife, freely moving through the complex nesting of spell symbols and easily and skillfully unraveling the complex nesting of spell symbols. The woman's limbs gradually disintegrated, turning into a faint glow and merging with the spell symbols hovering above her head. Gradually, most of her body turned into light and dissipated. In the end, even her beautiful head and slender neck merged with the light. When the woman's body completely disappeared, a sigh of relief rang out in the air. The shining spell symbol silently imprinted itself on the center of Wuxi's eyebrows, turning into a stream of bone-chilling energy that fused with his soul. All of a sudden, Wuxi felt that the power of his divine soul had become extremely abundant, and his comprehension ability had improved by countless times. He suddenly felt that as long as he was willing to understand all the puzzles of time, he would be able to solve them in his mind. Countless books, jade pieces, and scrolls flew up from the huge crystal pillars in the surroundings. These books recorded the basic knowledge about the way of talismans from all the powerful beings in the Holy Realm, flying past Wuxia as streaks of light. Wuxia's eyes shone brightly. As long as a book passed by him, he would be able to quickly analyze and comprehend it, completely grasping it in the end. Several dozen books would pass by Wuxia with every snap of a finger. He had completely grasped the contents of all the books. As Wuxia grasped more and more about the way of talismans, the light around Wuxia became stronger and stronger. Suddenly, Wuxia laughed madly and reached out towards everyone. Ao Buzin let out a strange cry and was grabbed by Wuxia without being able to resist at all. The dragon scales in Ao Buzin's body sprayed out uncontrollably. 3 layers of thick, black scales covered Ao Buzin's entire body. Wuxia's fingers quickly moved around on Ao Buzin's body. A speck of light quickly waved on Ao Buzin's scales, and a terrifying heat flowed from Ao Buzin's scales into his internal organs. Ao Buzin screamed in pain. His black scales were burned red by the invisible heat, almost transparent, and each of them was bursting with a terrible heat and bursting with a blinding light. It was as if he had turned into a piece of iron embryo being calcined at high temperature. Ao Buzin howled miserably and kept twisting and struggling, but Wuxia just pointed his finger at him. No matter how hard he struggled, he could not break free from Wuxia's grasp. At this moment, Wuxia was like an adult longbow man, while Ao Buzin was just an ordinary mortal baby. The strength between them was completely disproportionate. His fingers quickly branded a large number of runes on each of Ao Buzin's scales. When Wuxia touched them casually, Ao Buzin's scales, which were emitting a high temperature and strong light, quickly returned to normal. However, the shape of his black scales had changed, becoming thicker and thicker, and their edges sharper. At the same time, they had turned from black to black with a purple gleam, and within the purple gleam, there was a special gleam of gold. Wuxia pointed his finger at Lord Xianxia. Abruptly, the illusion-breaking halberd inside Lord Xianxia's body flew out, piercing brutally into Ao Buzin's body amidst a strong beam of light. A bright flame flashed, but not even a scratch was left on Ao Buzin's scales. However, the tip of the illusion-breaking halberd, which had been upgraded dozens of times in the ruins of Blue Nightmare Palace, was broken, and it flew back into Lord Xianxia's body while wailing. Surprised, Ao Buzin looked down at the spot where he was pierced just now. Suddenly, he clapped his hands and laughed wildly. With the dragon scales all over Lao Tzu's body now, he changed the topic and came next to Wuxia with a smug face. "I still have a treasure with me. Can you draw me some runes like this?" he asked in a low voice. Wuxia rolled his eyes and kicked Ao Buzin away. After that, he waved his hand, and both Princess Zhonglu and Yixia flew to his side at the same time. All kinds of talismans flew down at high speed. Whether it was Wuxia or the others, everyone's divine abilities and magic power were improving by leaps and bounds. Chapter 1150. While Wuxia and his companions were cutting their way through the 7 sacred palaces, a storm was brewing on Panga Continent. At the border between the East Sea and the southern region of Panga Continent, at the center of a huge mountain range named the Great Dragon Mountains by Grand East Supremacy, an extraordinarily magnificent Zen forest was spreading out at a rate of several miles a day. The lush forest was filled with Bodhi trees that towered into the clouds. Clear streams gurgled under the trees, and lotuses of various colors grew under them. Many itinerant monks and bhikkhus sat under the trees in meditation. It was indeed a good place for Buddhism. At the center of the forest was a golden temple that stretched for hundreds of miles. The ground was paved with gold. The walls were made of yellow jade. The tiles were carved with yellow crystals, and the pillars forged with coiling dragons stood tall in all directions. The entire temple, measuring 100 miles in both width and length, was yellow in color, making it look like an old man with jaundice. Tall brass incense burners were erected everywhere in the monastery. From time to time, a young acolyte would pour a full basket of sandalwood incense into the incense burners. Billowing purple smoke would rise up, and the rich fragrance would spread everywhere. Coupled with the chanting of sutras coming from all over the monastery forest, the solemn atmosphere would make people want to kneel down and worship devoutly. In the central area of the temple was a 1,000 miles tall, towering tree. The roots of the tree were around 20 miles thick, with green branches reaching out in all directions. The entire temple was covered by the shade of the tree. The tree radiated a faint Buddhist light, so although its shade blocked out the sun, the moon, and the stars, the temple was as bright as day at all times. Even a strand of its hair could be seen clearly on the ground. The tree's roots stretched tens of millions of miles from the ground, and they continued to extend outwards every day. Wherever the roots reached, lush Bodhi saplings would grow on the ground, and in a few days, they would become a towering Bodhi forest. Except for the Bodhi tree and the lotuses under it, all the other flowers and trees would wither and turn into soil. One of the 7 Buddhist patriarchs had chopped off his own finger and transformed it into the tree. The true form of this Buddhist patriarch was a Bodhi tree in the primordial chaos. Naturally, the tree, transformed from his finger, was endlessly magical. The huge tree protected the monastery. Powerful Buddhist light enveloped the surroundings, truly making it impervious to all evils, let alone the various demons. Even if 7 or 8 regular leaders of Taoism wanted to break through the restrictions on the huge piece of wood and infiltrate the monastery, it would still be impossible. There was a spacious and bright Buddhist hall under the tree, in the middle of which was an extremely spacious bed made of clouds. Standing on top of the bed, a Dei Supremacy, who was 5 feet tall and extremely burly, sat with his upper body bare. He was angrily tearing a golden-scaled, 5-colored, purple-eyed goldfish that had just been roasted in a large jade basin in front of him. The big goldfish was 6 feet long. Its body was covered in gold scales. Its eyes had a 5-colored light. Its pupils were purple. Clearly, it had some special-like god power. Although it had been cooked, the big goldfish's eyes were still shining. They were like giant gems. It was lying in the jade pot. Its body was steaming, and it released an intoxicating aroma. Standing to one side, the monk Ba Jie constantly gulped as he stared at the goldfish blankly. Tearing off a large piece of fragrant, plump, and tender goldfish meat, he shoved it into his mouth and chewed viciously. He patted the fish's head forcefully and called out to the monk Ba Jie. "What are you standing there for? Hurry up and help your master out and send this vile spawn to the afterlife. Chant the Sutra of Samsara a few more times later and bless this vile spawn so that it can be reincarnated as livestock in its next life, so that it could be eaten by me again." The monk Ba Jie had been ravenous a long time ago. When he heard the Dei Supremacy's words, he rushed over in a hurry and tore off a large piece of fish meat, shoving it into his mouth. The fragrant fish meat basically melted in his mouth, without any residue at all. As the fragrant juices flowed into his stomach, the monk Ba Jie felt his entire body brimming with energy. Even his cultivation had skyrocketed. He could not help but sigh emotionally. Sure enough, goldfish were great nourishment. The Dei Supremacy only sneered again and again. Was this not great nourishment? The Buddhists had a bodhisattva called the merciful purple-eyed soul, suppressing great bodhisattva. Although she was a bodhisattva, she had the cultivation of a revered one. However, she was born a different race, and the other was a woman. That was why she had never been promoted to the position of Buddha. Her position in the Great Spirit Vulture Mountain was also very low. She was only responsible for guarding the mountain gate for the Buddha and cleaning the place every day. However, it was this bodhisattva who had such an awkward position who spoke to the revered one during the Buddhist conference a few days ago. She wanted the Dei Supremacy to take the lead and track down Thousand Heads and the other world breakers. After the apotheosis, the Buddhists and Taoists had completely taken over the great path of heaven in Panga world. The 7 Buddhas and 9 Tao secluded themselves in their caverns to cultivate, using the power of the great path they gained after becoming gods to make breakthroughs. The Taoists were in charge of the daily affairs, while the Buddhists were in charge of managing their disciples and handling the affairs of the Buddhists. The Day's supremacy was a newcomer to the Buddhists. He had been given the title of the Great Spirit Vulture Mountain Leader. His position was above all the Buddhas. This touched on the interests of the Buddhas. The purple-eyed soul, suppressing Bodhisattva, said this. All the revered one and the Bodhisattva at the conference voted to approve her suggestion. They insisted that the Day's supremacy go find the world breakers and find out more about the enemy. A few years ago, during the apotheosis, Thousand Heads and the other world breakers tore down Tao Origin Palace. They killed all the Taoists and children in Tao Origin Palace. Ever since that day, Xianxia and the others had become more and more secretive. They had only acted 3 times in the past few years, but all 3 times they had caused great losses to the Buddhist League and Tao League. At least thousands of Buddhist League and Tao League disciples had been killed. World breakers were scary creatures that could threaten a world. The Buddhist powerful beings decided to let the Day's supremacy go find the world breakers to test the waters. It was obvious what they were trying to do. It was because the Day's supremacy was riding on their heads. The old Buddhist disciples were not happy, so they wanted the Day's supremacy to die. Many revered one and the Bodhisattva threatened the Day's supremacy. How could he agree to such a deadly mission? The 7 Buddhas had to deal with 1,000 heads and spit up blood. The Day's supremacy was confident in himself, but he was only at the peak of Tao breaking. He was far away from the level of the Buddhas. Even if it was just to find out more information, it would be very risky. So, during the Buddhist conference, the Day's supremacy and the Bodhisattva had a big fight. They completely turned against each other. He brought his disciples to break the gate of Great Spirit Vulture Mountain and return to the Great Dragon Mountain Range. Before he left, he captured the big goldfish that was guarding the pond in front of the Buddha's gate. He picked a monk who was good at cooking meat and wine to cook it. The Buddhist said that the big goldfish was the child of the purple-eyed soul suppressing Bodhisattva before she surrendered to the Buddhists. It was taken care of by the purple-eyed soul suppressing Bodhisattva. It was her favorite. The Day's supremacy was angry that the purple-eyed soul suppressing Bodhisattva had provoked him. So he took the goldfish back. Eat it. Eat it clean. Gritting his teeth, he tore off half of the fish's tail and chewed it along with the bones. The Day's supremacy squinted his eyes and laughed coldly. Burning the bridge after crossing the river. This is burning the bridge after crossing the river. The God-sealing war is over, and you fucking start to hurt me. Hey, do you think I'm so easy to bully? Purple-eyed soul, suppressing Bodhisattva. Fucking, do you feel pain now? Do you regret it? Fuck, who told you to cause trouble for me? The master and disciple duo devoured the big goldfish like a tornado. Especially after the Day's supremacy consumed the fish's eyes, the power of his Buddhist eye technique had increased by a large margin. It was said that 80% of the purple-eyed soul suppressing Bodhisattva's cultivation base was in her 2 eyeballs. It looked like this big goldfish was indeed of the same origin as her. These 2 eyeballs were truly 2 treasures. Just as the master and disciple were savoring the delicious taste of the big goldfish, they heard the shrill wail of a woman from afar. My child. Baldy's supremacy, return my child at once. If you dare to harm even a single scale of my child's armor, I will not rest until you are dead. Letting out a satisfied burp, the Day's supremacy laughed coldly and said, The culprit is here. Bajia, summon everyone back to their respective abodes and activate the Vajra Myriad Soul suppressing formation. I will go out and deal with them. After a brief pause, the Day's supremacy shoved a storage ring into Bajia's hand. He laughed coldly and said, Inside are some powerful weapons created by you. Even an ordinary Buddha would faint if struck by them. There are also a few extremely powerful poison talismans, powerful enough to kill even a world venerable one. Do you understand now? Bajia narrowed his eyes and smiled. He carefully put the ring on his finger and said respectfully, Don't worry, master. Your disciple will be hiding on the temple's divine tree. As long as Master is at a slight disadvantage, your disciple will give them a pleasant surprise. Nodding his head in satisfaction, the Dei's supremacy patted Ba Jie's shoulder, picked up his Vajra scepter, casually wrapped the 7 treasures Kasaya around his waist, and bolted out of the temple hall. What's going on? He murmured to himself. Half a month ago, I was still in contact with my true self, but now I've completely lost contact with him. He has entered the 7 Holies Palace. I have to hurry back and save him. With this, I've pissed off most of the Buddhist school. Gritting his teeth, the Dei's supremacy cursed softly. Those 7 old, bald bastards. Fucking burn the bridge after crossing it. They'll all die a horrible death. With a cold snort, a white cloud sprayed out from beneath the Dei's supremacy's feet. He stood on the cloud and flew above the Chan monastery of Great Naga, wobbling. He cursed loudly through the protective restrictions. Purple-eyed, you old bald donkey. Who's your child? Aren't you a nun? Why do you have a child? Huh? Don't tell me you broke the rules and accidentally got pregnant with a certain with a certain virtuous monk of Buddhist school? Right above the Chan monastery of Great Naga, purple-eyed spirit suppression Bodhisattva hovered in the air with the 18 bodhisattvas under her. Behind them were countless arhats, Kitagarbha, heavenly kings, strongmen, vajras, and so on. The Dei's supremacy glanced over. Oh my, the 8 vajras guarding the front gate of the Great Spirit Vulture were actually all here. The 8 vajras were the signature figures of Buddhism. Although they were titled as vajras, any single one of them was no weaker than regular Buddhas. If they worked together to cast down the 8 directional Vajra demon suppression formation together with the Buddhist treasures the Buddha had bestowed upon them, even regular Buddhist venerables would be suppressed by them. As for the Arhats, they were the renowned 500 golden Arhats of Buddhism. They were also the signature figures of Buddhism. In the past, the 500 golden Arhats were equivalent to the angels of Buddhism. If the Buddha had any decrees, it would be these golden Arhats who would run around and spread them. The Buddhist army above the Chan monastery of Great Naga exceeded 1 million at the very least, and every single one of them was an elite of Buddhism. The formation was truly terrifying. Standing on the golden lotus platform, purple-eyed spirit suppression Bodhisattva heard the Dei's supremacy's scolding, and her purple eyes shone with fury. She let out a sharp whistle without a care, and with a flip of her hand, several hundred bolts of silvery thunder whistled down. Chapter 11:51. In the translucent palace of the Celestial Court, Great Celestial Emperor Yuan Zhen, the former cult master of Dao League, Tai Yun, who had been officially conferred the title of the Celestial Court, was sitting on a throne. Standing solemnly in the translucent palace were the 8 righteous gods, 12 celestial lords, and countless god kings, immortal kings, divine officials, and immortal officials, all 36,000 of them. They were presenting their reports according to their ranks and positions. The 8 righteous gods were conferred by the almighty experts of Dao League who had fallen in the investiture of God's war. The 12 celestial lords were all core disciples of Dao League, and most of the god kings and immortal kings were direct disciples of Dao League. Only the middle and lower grade immortal officials who ran around were made up of the disciples of immortal sects in outer heavenly realms who were not loved by their grandmothers or grandfathers. But all of them were disciples of Dao League when they were alive. So, in the face of Great Celestial Emperor Yuan Zhen, who had been transformed from Great Celestial Sect Master Tai Yun, everyone was respectful, fearful, and loyal, and would not heed any orders from others. Sitting on a throne that had been temporarily set up next to Yuan Zhen, Violet Spirit, Great Celestial Emperor, also known as Reverend Shojua, sat there like a clay sculpture. No one gave him a second glance, as if he did not exist at all. After the gods of the Celestial Court reported their recent duties, 2 gods in purple robes and golden armors strode in with jade pendants in their hands. Both of them were the righteous gods of mountains in the investiture of God's war of the three realms. One was the Zhu mountain emperor outside Liangzhu, and the other was the secluded mountain emperor of the westernmost land of Yuxiong Plain. Each of them was in charge of 8 million mountain gods of various sizes, with hundreds of millions of mountain gods and ghost soldiers under their command. Seeing the two mountain gods enter, Reverend Xianxia, who was sitting on the throne, laughed. According to the agreement between the Buddha and the Daozu, he had the authority to supervise the gods of mountains and rivers in the lower realms. When he sat in the Hall of Enlightenment, these immortal officials of the celestial court could not give him any face, but these mountain gods and water gods should at least give him some respect, right? However, the two mountain god emperors only bowed to great celestial Emperor Yuan Yin according to the rules, and they didn't even look at Lord Zhua. The two great emperors personally went to the sky court to report to Yuan Zhen, great celestial king, about the fact that the mountain gods had been searching for the world breakers for the past few years. They had discovered that some of the mountain spirits and water monsters were somehow connected to the world breakers, and they had sent out an army of netherworld soldiers to destroy them. Because this was a serious matter, the world breaker was a person that Daozu had personally ordered the gods of the three realms to search and capture. Therefore, when the two great emperors found signs of the world breaker's activities in their territories, they personally came to the celestial court to report the matter to Yuan Zhen, great celestial king. Yuan Zhen, great celestial king, smiled and nodded. He asked the two great emperors to sit down. Although he was the master of the celestial court, the two mountain god emperors were also the top mountain gods in the world. They were only half a level lower than him in terms of godhood. Although they were under the jurisdiction of the celestial court, the two great emperors were Yuan Zhen, great celestial king's brothers before they died. Why would Yuan Zhen, great celestial king, give them a hard time? They were old friends, so they had to be treated the way they should be. Xianxia coughed. He smiled and asked the two great emperors, "May I ask how you two great emperors found out that the mountain spirits and water monsters were connected to the world breaker?" It was quiet in the Hall of Enlightenment. While superior being Xianxia's words echoed in the hall, the two great emperors were sitting on the thrones that had been temporarily moved here, as if they hadn't heard superior being Xianxia's question. Esteemed Xianxia blushed and asked again. However, the two great emperors still did not give him any face. They just narrowed their eyes slightly and fixed their gazes on a certain floor tile in front of them, as if they wanted to burn through the floor tile with their gazes. Xianxia flew into a rage. He stood up, flung his sleeves, and shouted, "Did you two great emperors not hear what I said?" Zhu Shan, great emperor, coughed. He raised his head and smiled at Yuan Zhen, great celestial king. "Celestial king, please send some elite soldiers to Zhu Shan's camp to prevent the world breaker from suddenly launching some conspiracy. The strength of the ghost soldiers and ghost generals of the land is far inferior to the heavenly soldiers and heavenly generals of the celestial court. They can only be used to suppress the mountain spirits and water monsters. They can't deal with those powerful beings. If there are any mistakes, it will not be good." Yuan Zhen, great celestial king, did not seem to see Xianxia's angry expression. He nodded with a smile and said, "This matter is urgent. Please lead the 8th Division devil-rinsing true origin great emperor and follow the two great emperors to the land of enlightenment." Xianxia's face turned cold. He flung his sleeves, transformed into a beam of spiritual light, and flew out of the Hall of Enlightenment. When the immortal officials and gods in the hall saw that Xianxia had left, the atmosphere in the hall became much more relaxed. The 8 righteous gods and the 12 heavenly lords laughed at the same time. Their laughter made the 36,000 immortal officials and gods in the hall laugh at the same time. Not long after, Yuan Zhen, great celestial king, and the two mountain god great emperors also grinned and laughed. Everyone laughed happily. Great celestial emperor Yuan Zhen shook his head and sighed as he laughed and said, "I don't know where this old Taoist wild fox Zen came from. The Taoist patriarch has given him an empty title, so he should just eat, drink, and be merry. Yet, he still wants to meddle in the affairs of other places for no reason. The two mountain god, great emperors, burst out laughing. While laughing, the secluded mountain emperor clapped his hands and said, "Let him be. When he gets too many soft rebukes, he will naturally stop." It has only been a few years since the conferment of gods, and his position as the seventh celestial emperor is still hot. He can't help but have some unrealistic sweet dreams. After laughing for a while, Yuanjun said coolly, "Speaking of which, his divine abilities are not to be underestimated. If he is willing to obey orders, there is no harm in giving him some benefits. But how can it be so easy for him to set up his own branch in the Celestial Court? The Celestial Court is full of disciples of my Tao League. How can he have a say in it?" Lord Shou Zhuo rushed out of the translucent palace angrily, transforming into a beam of cold light and descending toward the first heaven. The anger on his face had long since disappeared, replaced by a cold smile. When he arrived at the first heaven of Xianxia, Lord Shou Zhuo pondered for a moment, then suddenly flashed outside the southern heavenly gate, opening his eyes and looking down at the lower realm. Wherever his gaze passed, he saw that the dense, immortal clouds above the celestial court were pushed away by two beams of light, revealing a large, transparent pit with a circumference of several dozen feet. Amidst the light, he could see a magnificent Zen forest, but the sky above the Zen forest was densely packed with an army of over 1 million Buddhists. A bodhisattva, who was waving his hands and spitting saliva, was leading 18 bodhisattvas who were sitting on lotus thrones, arguing with a bare-armed monk who was separated by a layer of Buddhist light. The southern heavenly gate was guarded by the 8 heavenly kings who had just been conferred by the celestial court. Seeing Lord Shou Zhuo, they hurriedly turned their backs and pretended not to see him. Not only the 8 heavenly kings, even the immortal soldiers behind them had rolled their eyes and cast their gazes at the boundless void, but none of them took a glance at Lord Shou Zhuo, nor did any of them take the initiative to greet him. Not only did great celestial Emperor Yuanjun reject Lord Shou Zhuo, but none of the other 5 great celestial emperors of the celestial court, or the gods and lords of heaven under their direct command, truly treated Lord Shou Zhuo as a divine emperor. Although Lord Shou Zhuo was conferred by Daozu as the real 7th celestial emperor of the celestial court, Daozu had closed the Daoyuotian gate and was cultivating in seclusion with the power of the heavenly Tao of Pangu world and the endless fortune of the human race. How could he have the mood to help Lord Shou Zhuo? Therefore, over the past few years, Lord Shou Zhuo had become a hated existence in the celestial court. Even the servants who cleaned the stables of the celestial court did not pay much attention to him. If Lord Shou Zhuo had not been operating on Pangu continent for a long time and brought a large number of Tao League disciples to heaven, perhaps he would not even have a single subordinate to order around. With a cold snort, Lord Shou Zhuo pointed at the scene shown in the ball of light and cried out, "There is a murderous aura rising into the sky in the mortal realm. Clearly, a war has broken out. As guards of the southern heaven gate, are you neglecting your duty by not reporting this to the celestial emperors?" The 8 heavenly kings still did not bother to look at Lord Shou Zhuo. They were backed by great celestial emperor Yuanjun, the newly conferred great celestial emperor of the celestial court, and all of them were Yuanjun's personal disciples when they were alive. So, why would they take Lord Shou Zhuo's words seriously? Only the 2 minor immortal officials, who were given the titles of clairvoyant and clairaudient, who were guarding the southern heaven gate, were a little fearful when they heard Lord Shou Zhuo's words. The clairvoyant widened his eyes and giggled. That is an internal strife of the Buddhist League, and it has nothing to do with the celestial court. Great celestial emperor Zi Jiling, even if you report this to the other great celestial emperors, no one will pay attention to it. Clairaudient giggled and said, "Besides, they are fighting on Pangu continent, and it is not under the jurisdiction of the celestial court. On the other hand, you, the great celestial emperor, have the power to supervise all the affairs in the earth realm. If you really want to interfere, you should intervene in this matter, shouldn't you?" The 8 heavenly kings sneered in unison, shaking their heads, They walked into a pavilion on the east side of the southern heaven gate, which was specially built for them to rest on weekdays. Before long, a melodious immortal tune could be heard, and a few beautiful fairies were singing and dancing, accompanied by a large amount of fine wine and immortal fruits. The 8 heavenly kings were having fun in front of Lord Xianxia. Qianlian and Zhenfeng looked at each other. Then they too left Xianxia behind and happily slipped away to the balcony. Although their official positions in the celestial court were low, the tasks they were responsible for were extremely important. There were few people in the entire celestial court who could see and hear better than them, so they were very respected in the southern heaven gate. When the heavenly kings were having fun, they could also get some fine wine and delicacies, and perhaps even hook up with a few fairies and have a good time. It was much better than staying with Lord Xianxia, who was all alone. Lord Xianxia sneered and scolded in a low voice, "A bunch of rascals. Hee, let's see how long you can have fun." After sneering a few times, exalted Xianxia suddenly shouted sternly, "How dare you raise your troops and start a war in broad daylight? Since you don't care about this matter, let me handle it. After all, I am one of the celestial emperors conferred by Daozu. You can enjoy your position without doing anything, but I can't." His clear voice spread across the 33 heavens and even went straight to the Daoyu Ocean. As Lord Xianxia's voice rang out, a large cloud flew out of his celestial emperor's mansion in Huang, Zhengtian's territory. About 1,000,000 immortals, clad in immortal robes and armors, flew toward the southern heaven gate in a neat formation. After gathering these immortals who had submitted to him, Lord Xianxia flew straight toward Panga continent through the cloud path. Disdainful sneers came from the palaces of the 6 celestial emperors and countless immortal officials in the various heavenly realms of the celestial court at the same time. "600,000 immortals with varying cultivation bases, clad in immortal robes and armors, mounted on all kinds of mounts, divided into neat phalanxes of 1,000 people, stepped on clouds and descended from the sky. These immortals looked at the gloomy-looking purple-eyed, soul-suppressing bodhisattva and the 1,000,000 Buddhist soldiers behind her with arrogant and provocative gazes, and from time to time, some of them secretly chuckled. These immortals were the leaders and elders of many small and medium-sized immortal sects in outer heavenly realms who had submitted to Reverend Xianxia. In their own sects, they were the seniors who stood high above the masses, and now they were the trusted subordinates of the great celestial emperor of violet extreme insight. Their knowledge and vision were shallow, and they had never seen anything big. They didn't know that Sage Xianxia was being ostracized in the celestial court. He was just proud of himself because he had found a powerful backer. Even if there were 19 Buddhas in front of them, these immortals, whose cultivation bases were no higher than gold immortals, would not take them seriously, let alone 19 bodhisattvas. After all, Sage Xianxia's reputation was well known, and he had the cultivation base of a peak-level Tao-breaking expert. Behind these 600,000 immortals was a chariot pulled by 108 red-crowned cranes. The shape of this carriage was smooth like a flowing cloud, and it was completely constructed from translucent green jade. Countless immortal beasts, birds, mountains, and rivers were inscribed on it, causing it to reveal an extraordinary and elegant aura amidst its dignified and solemn aura. More than 10,000 gold immortals in golden armor surrounded the chariot, led by a dozen old purple-robed immortals with a cultivation base of Tao reasoning realm. They were also the most elite group of people around Sage Xianxia. When Panga continent was in chaos, Sage Xianxia had taken in countless immortal sects, big and small, as if he was collecting trash. But there were not many gold immortals among them, and most of them were below the realm of heaven immortals or nascent divinity. The only ones he could use to keep up appearances were the primordial immortals of Underhand sect. From Patriarch Jiangyun to Patriarch Qingshun, as well as Luolu, who was taken in by Wuxia, there was really no one they could use. The real strength of Underhand Sect was not limited to this. However, it was not good to use all the forces they had in the dark, so only a few of them could be seen. The reason why Sage Shojua was ostracized by the 6 great celestial emperors was not only because of the power struggle, but also because he did not have enough powerful disciples. If he had 300 to 500 primordial immortals who were at the realm of Tao reasoning, the 6 great celestial emperors would not have ostracized him, but would have tried their best to win him over. Behind the chariot were the remaining 400,000 immortals. The overall strength of this group of immortals was even weaker, with many of them only having the cultivation base of 30th tier heaven immortal. They might be the ancestral masters of some sects in those remote and desolate outer heavenly realms, but in the celestial court, they were nothing. Just like Supremacy 3 Flame, who had ascended to the celestial court many years ago, his cultivation base as a heaven immortal could only serve as a janitor in the celestial court. Purple-eyed Bodhisattva panted as she looked at Sage Shojua and his company descending from the sky. A disdainful sneer hung on the corner of her mouth. If they were the regular army of the Celestial Court, and those were the elites of the Tao League who had died in the War of Investiture of the Gods, she would be more cautious. But now, it was the famous nominal Great Celestial Emperor of the Heaven, esteemed Shojua, and the bunch of shrimp soldiers and crab generals under him. So the purple-eyed spirit-suppressing Bodhisattva really didn't take him seriously. Among the 1 million immortals, there were less than 100,000 gold immortals and only about 10 primordial immortals. Moreover, they all looked so poor that they did not carry the aura of powerful magical treasures, let alone the fact that purple-eyed Bodhisattva was here herself. Even any one of the 1 million Buddhist soldiers behind her could slaughter all these immortals. With a sneer, purple-eyed Bodhisattva forcefully suppressed the anger in her heart. She did not even spare a glance at the army guarding Sage Shojua. Instead, she pointed at Sage Shojua and shouted, "Damn Baldy, give me back my child, or today will be the end of the Chan Monastery of Great Naga. I'll definitely cut off your dog head with my own hands." Purple-eyed Bodhisattva roared as if she wanted to kill. But Sage Shojua flew out of the protective formation with a straight face and bowed respectfully at Sage Shojua's chariot. "I am Sage Shojua. Greetings, Your Majesty, the Violet Spirit, Great Celestial Emperor, conferred by Daozu. I wish you a long life, Great Celestial Emperor, and endless immortal blessings." The hearts of the Buddhists immediately skipped a beat. Sage Shojua was indeed the Great Celestial Emperor conferred by Daozu. Although he was just a figurehead, it did not seem like they could ignore him. After all, he represented Daozu. If they did not bow to him, it would seem rather inappropriate. Reverend Shojua had changed into a regal robe of a celestial emperor. He slowly walked out of the chariot, surrounded by a few beautiful female immortals. Each of them carried a small incense burner in their hands. Faint purple smoke rose from the burners, filling the air with a warm, intoxicating aroma. He helped Sage Shojua up with a smile and said, "Brother, there's no need to be so polite. Our friendship was forged through battle." Sticking out his chest and looking around, Sage Shojua suddenly cried out in surprise, "Oh my brother, your Chan Monastery of Great Naga is a peaceful place of Buddhism. So why is there someone so arrogant and despotic actually blocking your entrance and roaring at you?" Rubbing his eyes, Sage Shojua cried out at the dark-faced, purple-eyed spirit suppression Bodhisattva. "Oh my, this Bodhisattva is also a great virtue of Buddhism. So why is she attacking a disciple of Buddhism?" According to what I know, Brother Sage Shojua is the mountain master of Spirit Vulture Mountain, conferred by the Buddha himself. You rank above all the revered ones. So why is a disciple of Buddhism attacking their own mountain master? Sage Shojua let out a long sigh. He stuck the Vajra pestle into his belt and brought his palms together with a bitter smile. Buddha is merciful. This is the misfortune of our Sanskrit school. Sigh, to think that there are still ambitious people in a peaceful place of Buddhism. I might have obtained the empty title of the Mountain Master of Spirit Vulture Mountain, but I've never interfered with the affairs of the various mountains. Yet, those people keep pestering me. I've already fled back to my own Bottomanda from Spirit Vulture Mountain, but they're still unwilling to let me go. Sage Xianxia cried out, "What? Are they trying to murder the Mountain Master of Spirit Vulture Mountain conferred by Daozu?" Purple-eyed Spirit, suppressing Bodhisattva, was so angry that her eyes darkened. "Listen up, great celestial emperor," she cried out. Sage Xianxia interrupted her rudely. "There's nothing to listen to. As disciples of Buddhism, how dare you disobey the Buddha's decree and attack the Mountain Master of Spirit Vulture Mountain conferred by the Buddha himself? That's an unforgivable crime. You're in the three realms, and yet you're so rude to me, the great celestial emperor conferred by Daozu. You didn't even greet me. Have you ever respected Daozu?" Pointing at the many Buddhists whose expressions had changed, Sage Xianxia sneered and said, "It's fine if you don't respect Daozu, but the 7 Buddhists are your ancestors after all. Yet, you don't even listen to the Buddha's decree. You don't respect the Buddha, and you don't respect the Tao. Who do you respect?" Sage Xianxia turned around slowly and said in a sinister voice, "Don't tell me you respect the Realm Breaker, those demons from the outer realms?" Although purple-eyed Bodhisattva had lost her mind with anger, she was still shaken by Sage Xianxia's accusation and almost fainted. But before she could defend herself, Sage Xianxia had snapped, "Where are the mountain gods and earthly gods? Quickly send out troops to capture this group of evil creatures who colluded with the Devil Lord and conspired against the law. If you don't obey my order and let this vile creature go, Buddha and Daozu will come to investigate." Now that the deification process on Panga continent had been decided, there were mountain gods and earthly gods in every mountain, and there was a mountain god in every 10 miles. Just inside and outside the Great Dragon Mountain range, there were hundreds of thousands of mountain gods and earthly gods. Each of them had at least hundreds of nether soldiers under their command, which was a huge number. Countless earthly mountain deities, together with countless Yin soldiers, soared into the sky from all directions, bringing with them the black wind and the Yin Shi as they charged toward Qin Wentian. Most of these mountain gods and earthly gods were disciples of various small and medium-sized immortal sects in outer heavenly realms when they were alive, and the strongest among them was only at the realm of nascent divinity. How could they dare to disobey Sage Xianxia's order? Among them were the slain clansmen of the Fiend Realm, Ghost Realm, Spirit Realm, and Demon Realm. They were all strangely shaped, and they all rushed over on dark winds. The number of low-level cultivators and living beings of the 4 realms who had died in the war of conferred gods numbered in the trillions. After they were conferred the title of gods, their cultivation bases were strengthened by the power of the heavenly Tao, and their cultivation bases had improved by several tiers. Now, tens of millions of nether soldiers had surrounded the monastery. All the mountain gods and earthly gods, Chi-Chi and Chi-Chi, had dropped to their knees in midair and kowtowed to Sage Xianxia. For a moment, ghostly cries rose into the sky, and purple-eyed Bodhisattva's face grew unsightly. Chapter 1153. Purple-eyed Bodhisattva stared coldly at the mountain gods and earthly lords. "That's amazing." Dei Venerable's eyes widened as he murmured, "This is the power of the human realm. If I can control the power of the land of the netherworld, TSK, this will be fun." Not only purple-eyed Bodhisattva, but even Dei Venerable and Xianxia were stunned. They knew that the 7 Buddhas and 9 Taoists had their own reasons for pushing the apotheosis plan, but they never imagined that these weak deities could summon such terrifying power after the apotheosis. The 500 golden arhats chanted the name of Buddha in unison as a white beam shot out from their heads into the sky. Fist-sized relics spun in the white beam, illuminating the void with their white light, intending to fight against the suppressive power of the city gods, mountain gods, and earthly lords. But even the 500 golden arhats, could not fight against this world. Those mountain gods and earth gods roared out together, while the 500 golden arhats vomited blood. Large cracks appeared on their relics one after another, along with a series of creaking noise. Just then, a clear Buddhist chant was heard from afar. A fragrant wind wafted over, an array of light bloomed as a golden Buddha walked over, stepping on a lotus throne inlaid with 8 treasures. Everyone was stunned. Dei Venerable frowned and said, "What is the current Lord Buddha, Amitabha, doing here?" Amitabha smiled and nodded. He reached out and rubbed the top of purple-eyed Bodhisattva's head thrice and said, "You should not be here." But an invisible force came crashing down from the void. To their horror, the 8 Vajras realized that they were not facing these puny city gods, mountain gods, and earthly lords. What came crashing down on them was the power of the earth veins of thousands of surrounding mountains, with the great Dragon Mountain Range as the core. It was the power of life of all living beings within 100 million miles, including the power of fate of all the people in the surrounding hundreds of thousands of cities. Everyone was shocked. Dei Venerable shouted, "Everyone, it was not me who killed that damned old woman." Although they were all deities and were protected by the heavenly divinity position, it was still easy to injure them so badly that they couldn't be seen in public for 3 to 5 years. Therefore, the purple-eyed spirit suppressing Bodhisattva only stared coldly at the land of the mountain gods and suddenly sneered, "I'm not in the mood to bicker with you. Right and wrong have their own justice. I just want to bring back my poor child. Don't tell me you think that these shameless people can hurt a single hair on this poor nun's head." However, in front of the million Buddhist soldiers led by the purple-eyed spirit suppressing Bodhisattva, the tens of millions of mountain deities, earthly deities, and netherworld soldiers could kill them all with just one Bodhisattva, 100 golden arhats, and tens of thousands of Buddhist soldiers. Amitabha smiled and heaved a long sigh. He is a good boy, but he has lost his mother. How sad he must be. But before she could come up with a solution, the natural energy around the million Buddhist soldiers suddenly disappeared. Not only that, but the air around them had also disappeared, and the space around them had turned into a completely empty space. On top of that, the space had become extremely hot and was madly sucking the energy in them. Dei Venerable sneered, "If the 7 Buddhist patriarchs and the 9 Tao patriarchs don't come out, we'll just kill those 6 fools." Just the appearance of the land gods and the city gods near the great Dragon Mountain Range had produced such incredible power. There were countless mountains on Panga continent that were thousands of times larger than the great Dragon Mountain Range, and there were waters that were vaster than the land. Countless rivers and rivers had conferred the title of water god. If all the deities of land and water were to come out, together with the power of the few mountain god emperors and water god emperors, how much power of the heavenly Tao could they use? The Lord Buddha, Amitabha, had a very high status in the Buddhist League. After all, except for the reclusive revered one and the Buddhist patriarchs, he was the supreme leader of the Buddhist League. Most of the time, he was the spokesperson of the Buddhist League, and his every word and deed represented the will of the 7 Buddhist patriarchs. So, as soon as he appeared, the city gods, land gods, and mountain gods all put away their cultivation techniques and bowed to him in awe. They were even more respectful than they were to Reverend Xianxia. Reverend Xianxia smiled faintly, flicked his sleeve, and uttered the word "subdue." The strongest of these land gods and land gods now had a power equivalent to a 30th tier heaven immortal, while the Yin soldiers were all 36th tier heaven immortals. Although they had lost their immortal bodies and divine sense, their cultivation bases and magic power had been greatly enhanced, and they could use all kinds of divine abilities given by the heavenly Tao. Coupled with their huge numbers, they were a force that could not be underestimated. But suddenly, a green-faced and fanged mountain god darted out of the crowd and snapped, "How dare you destroy my land of incense?" The tens of thousands of miles tall avatar shattered with a boom, and the bodies of the 8 Vajras returned to the height of ordinary men. Blood sprayed from their bodies as they fell from the sky and smashed hard into a mountain. The mountains on Panga continent were tough, but for existences like the 8 Vajras, they were like tofu pudding. Usually, the 8 great guardian deities could turn a mountain into ashes with a casual breath, let alone a heavy blow from them. A power like this might be able to completely suppress a world breaker who had not yet recovered his energy. With a string of Buddhist beads in his hand, Amitabha came to the side of purple-eyed Bodhisattva with a smile and chanted the name of Buddha. Reverend Xianxia clenched his fists and cried out in a low voice, "Before I return, try your best to take control of the 3 realms." I don't believe these divine positions are really united, and I don't believe we can't get involved. We'll use threats and promises, treasures and beautiful women at the same time, and we'll seize their secrets and blackmail them. No matter what, we'll control some of them and make them ours. In just a short span of a few breaths, there were already thousands of mountain gods in the vicinity of the Great Dragon Mountain range that had rushed over. Even the city gods of the nearby Eastern Sea and the tens of thousands of cities in the southern border had hurried over with their subordinates. The word subdue was uttered one after another, and gradually it gathered into a continuous sound wave that spread across the world like the roar of a great bell. "Please help me, Lord Buddha," said purple-eyed Bodhisattva bitterly. "My poor child. Years ago, I was being hunted by my enemies, but Lord Buddha saved me, and that's how I converted to the Buddhism League. It was also Lord Buddha's mercy that saved my child. It's just that the child's fetus is injured, so he hasn't transformed for so many years. But Lord Buddha has always appreciated his comprehension." The purple-eyed spirit suppressing Bodhisattva was very smart. She kept saying the word Buddha because she wanted to kill Amitabha and get him to save her child. This was a child that even Lord Buddha appreciated. As Lord Buddha's trusted subordinate, how dare Amitabha not try his best to save him? The million Buddhist soldiers felt as if hundreds of millions of mountains were pressing down on them. The 8 Vajras guarding the gate of the Great Vulture Mountain gave a muffled snort and roared furiously. Their bodies grew to tens of thousands of miles tall, and they activated the Vajra, subduing demons of the Buddhism League, using all their strength to blast the void. With the power of the 8 Vajras, they could overturn rivers and seas, move the stars and the moon. They cultivated the Vajra subduing demons of the Buddhism League, and their Vajra subduing demons were famous in Panga world. Just as the 2 of them were coming up with a plan, purple-eyed Bodhisattva suddenly bellowed, "Stop! Listen to me!" Countless mountain gods bellowed furiously together. Immeasurable power of mountain gods poured into the mountain god's body, and the mountains suddenly erupted with powerful, dark green light. The 8 Vajras howled in pain when they collided with the mountain. They were sent flying several miles into the air, and countless of their bones were broken. Every single one of them grimaced in pain, and at least 100 front teeth sprayed out of their mouths with dazzling white light. By now, the mountain gods and earth gods that had rushed to the surroundings of the Chan Monastery of Great Naga were no longer just the gods of the Great Dragon Mountains. After all, Lord Xianxia was a mighty great celestial emperor. When he bellowed furiously, who among the lesser gods with the lowest position dared not to rush over and fawn over him? After the war of conferred gods, the 7 Buddhas and 9 paths of Tao had schemed for countless years to confer the positions of these gods. The power of these gods of the heavenly laws was finally displayed for the first time today. Countless city gods, mountain gods, earth gods, and other gods did not use any of their powers at all. The ghost soldiers did not use any of their powers either. They only used their authority within the divine throne of the heavenly laws, merging everyone's authority as one and activating the divine power of the heavenly laws to suppress them. Even though purple-eyed Bodhisattva had already lost her mind from anger, she still bowed towards Amitabha politely. She understood just how different her identity was from Amitabha. Amitabha was the master of Buddhism appointed by the Buddha, while she was only a gatekeeper and a servant who cleaned the courtyard outside the Buddha's door. This was like the difference between the head of a country's state council and the cleaner of the state council's headquarters. Purple-eyed Bodhisattva had no choice but to be careful. The mountain gods and earth gods glanced at one another. After all, they feared Lord Shoshua's identity as the great celestial emperor, so they all answered carefully and cried out suppress in unison. Afterwards, they drew their various weapons and pointed them at the ground viciously. Only then did purple-eyed Bodhisattva's expression change. How could these insignificant mountain gods and earth gods, who were like ants, join forces and unleash such a terrible power of the heavenly Tao? Purple-eyed Bodhisattva was, after all, the gatekeeper of the Buddha. After witnessing with her own eyes the incredible power unleashed by these weak Yin gods, she finally understood what the Buddha meant when he said that one could completely control the heavenly Tao after becoming a god in the three realms. All kinds of strange and unpredictable forces merged into one, turning into a power of the heavenly Tao that made the 8 Vajra's faces fall. It was not the city gods, mountain gods, or earth gods who were fighting against them, but the heaven and earth that were suppressing them. In the face of the power of heaven and earth, even though the 8 Vajras had incredible cultivation bases, they could only howl and fall from the sky. With a cracking sound, Amitabha's pale golden palm pressed on purple-eyed Bodhisattva's head suddenly exerted force. A beam of black demonic light smashed into her body and shattered it. Just as 13 fist-sized golden relics were about to fly out from the shattered golden body, Amitabha had already opened his mouth and swallowed them all. These little gods were just the most ordinary cultivators when they were alive, and even if some of them managed to attain enlightenment, they were at most 36-tier heaven immortals. But after being conferred as gods and receiving the divine power of the heavenly Tao, although they had transformed from immortals into gods with half-spirit bodies, their overall strength had improved to a certain extent. If the surrounding city gods, mountain gods, and earth gods, who did not even have the cultivation base of gold immortals, were to besiege them with so many Yin soldiers, the 8 Vajras were confident that they could kill them all without suffering any damage, as long as they spent a little time at most. The weapons these mountain gods pulled out were spears, halberds, hunting forks, bows, and arrows, while the earth god pulled out crutches, long rulers, and horsetail whisks. As they cried out in unison, the Yin soldiers did the same. Chi-Chi waved the various weapons in his hands in all directions. Chapter 1154. Reverend Shoshua's long brows were knitted tightly together, forming a knot the size of a date between his brows. Meanwhile, Dei's supremacy roared with all his divine abilities, his voice so loud that all the almighty experts in the 33 heavens, Mount Gradrakota, and even Panga continent and the netherworld could hear it clearly. That bald donkey Amitabha killed this old hag, and it has nothing to do with me. Dei supremacy tried his best to distance himself from this conflict of interest. Others might be fine, but this purple-eyed spirit-suppressing bodhisattva might only be a bodhisattva title, but he had the cultivation of a revered Buddha. Furthermore, he was someone who guarded the Buddha's home. If he was killed in Dei supremacy's place, the consequences would be dire. An old bodhisattva would always have a few best friends in Mount Gradrakota. If Dei supremacy was to blame for this, things would get really interesting. Although Dei supremacy's cultivation base was strong enough, he could not afford to be targeted by those Buddhist League's eminent virtues in Mount Gradrakota. Amitabha, who had killed purple-eyed Bodhisattva with a palm strike, smiled. The string of 108 purple crystal beads the size of longans in his hand suddenly flew out and transformed into 108 heads of fiend gods shrouded in purple mist. Baring their teeth, they leaped toward the other 18 bodhisattvas. These 18 bodhisattvas were all of unusual origins. After being subdued by the Buddhist League, they had all worshipped purple-eyed Bodhisattva and were usually on duty to guard the Buddha's cave abode. Because of this, the pavilion closest to the water enjoys the moonlight first. They were usually instructed by the Buddha, and their cultivation bases were extremely strong. But in the face of the inconspicuous 108 heads of fiend gods, they were stunned at the same time. Their eyes were blurred, and they just let the heads pounce on them. Although they were only bodhisattvas, they all had the cultivation base of Buddhas and had long formed their golden bodies. The so-called bones of jade, muscles of ice, and marrow of gold were nothing more than this. The fiend gods opened their mouths and bit into them with cold, sharp teeth, causing their skin and flesh to creak. In just a few seconds, the faces of the 18 bodhisattvas withered, and the once handsome Buddhist league's eminent virtues were sucked dry like mummies. "Monster! How dare you be so impudent?" The 500 golden-bodied arhats had just been severely injured, but seeing that their leader, the purple-eyed, soul-suppressing bodhisattva, was killed, and the 18 bodhisattvas with the cultivation of Buddha were about to follow in her footsteps, the 500 arhat Chi-Chi raised his hand, and 500 Vajra pearls of Buddhism struck down at the same time. These Vajra pearls were made from the relics left behind by the Buddha when he died. They were incomparably hard and heavy, capable of splitting mountains and splitting the earth. Amitabha smiled. Dense devil chi surged out of his body as he allowed the 500 diamond pearls to hit him at the same time. A loud sound that sounded like the ringing of a bronze bell rang out. Amitabha was forcefully beaten back more than 10 steps. Sticky black blood spurted out from his 7 apertures at the same time. He let out a few strange laughs and casually pointed at the 18 bodhisattvas. The heads of those fiend gods twisted at the same time, and the 18 bodhisattvas seemed to be bewitched, unable to resist at all. In the blink of an eye, more than 80% of their blood essence had been devoured. The 500 golden-bodied arhats were shocked and infuriated. Chi-Chi rose to his feet, recalled the Vajra pearls, and struck Amitabha again. At the same time, they exhausted all the energy in their bodies and chanted the evil-suppressing mantra of Buddhism in unison. The infinite power of Buddhism condensed into 108 secret talismans of the 6 runes of Buddhism in the void and crashed into the bodies of the 18 motionless bodhisattvas like the Milky Way. Furious roars came from the mouths of these bodhisattvas. Some were the roars of dragons, some were the roars of tigers, some were the roars of leopards, and some were the cries of apes. The 18 bodhisattvas widened their eyes at the same time, locked their palms together, and thrust them outwards. The heads of the fiend gods attached to their bodies were shaken off at the same time, and their sharp teeth tore off large chunks of muscles that emitted the fragrance of sandalwood. "Evildoer, return my master's life to me." A dying bodhisattva waved a crimson embroidered ball and threw it at Amitabha. The other 17 bodhisattvas struck at the same time, each unleashing their proudest magical treasures of Buddhism. Amitabha sneered. He retracted the heads of the fiend gods that were sent flying away, then transformed into a string of amethyst beads and hung on his wrist. Like a phantom, he easily dodged the attacks of the 18 bodhisattvas, then transformed into a dark cloud and plunged into the ranks of the 500 golden-bodied arhats. The dark cloud came with a bone-piercing coldness. With just a sweep, 300 arhats turned into dried bones and fell to the ground. Their flesh, blood, energy, and natal relic were all devoured by the dark cloud. The 1,000,000 Buddhist soldiers cried out in alarm at the same time. The 200 golden-bodied arhats fled in all directions, but the 3,000 Jidis and many arhats and Vajras were rushing toward them. The size of the dark cloud suddenly increased by a dozen times, wiping out the remaining 200 golden-bodied arhats. The 3,000 Jidis could only let out a cry of alarm, and just as they activated their magical treasures of Buddhism, 1,800 of them were devoured by the dark cloud. The 18 severely wounded bodhisattvas roared hoarsely as they drove their lotus thrones and chased after the dark cloud. But as 80% of their cultivation base was strangely sucked away, how could they catch up with the dark cloud that moved as fast as lightning? The 8 Vajras rose into the sky furiously as well. Enduring the pain, they surrounded the dark cloud and were about to form a formation to trap it. But as soon as they found their positions in midair, The dark cloud suddenly disappeared without a trace, as if it had never appeared. Countless pitch-black skeletons were left in the air. They were the only things left behind by the fallen Buddhist saints. All 500 golden-bodied arhats, 3,000 Jidis, and 12,000 guardian kings were killed. In just a few breaths of time, the Buddhist League had lost nearly 50,000 men, and all of them were important figures who usually acted as the face of the Buddhist League. Their cultivation bases might not be very high, but they were the face of the Buddhist League, just like the row of the brightest and most tender fruits placed in front of the fruit vendor. They were the signboards of the Buddhist League. Who in the world did not know the mighty name of the 500 golden-bodied arhats of the Buddhist League? Who had not heard of the power of 3,000 Jidis? Who did not know that any of the 12,000 guardian kings of the Buddhist League had the power and influence to suppress an entire galaxy? But now, all these illustrious figures have been killed, which was even more shocking than the fall of those reclusive revered ones. After all, no one had heard of those reclusive revered ones for many years. So what if they were dead? At most, the Buddhist League would just close their doors and mourn for them. But the death of these reclusive revered ones was like scraping off the golden paint on the face of a gilded Buddha statue, revealing the true color of the clay underneath. It was a very unsightly sight. The 8 Vajras hovered blankly in midair and did not say a word for a long time, while the 18 Bodhisattvas sat on their lotus thrones with ashen faces, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. After some time, a bodhisattva with countless crow's feet at the corner of her eyes suddenly jumped up. She pointed at Supremacy de and scolded. Supremacy de, you are the one who colluded with the demon to transform into the true form of Lord Buddha and killed so many Buddhist disciples. Supremacy de was dumbfounded. He was just complaining about being wronged. So why did someone suddenly put the blame on him? Rolling his eyes, Supremacy de bellowed. Bullshit. With which eye of yours did you see me collude with that evildoer? Damn it, that bastard might be Amitabha's true form. Oh, I know now. In order to seize my power and to harm me, you used the ruse of self-injury to frame me? Damn it, you are all putting on a show to trick me. The 8 Vajras and the 18 Bodhisattvas almost spat out a mouthful of blood. Have you ever seen a ruse where all the elites are destroyed? Let alone the Lord Buddha, Amitabha, even the revered ones who fought over power with Supremacy de, he would not be bold enough to put on a show like that. The Lord Buddha's gatekeeper was dead, and the 500 golden arhats, 3,000 Jedi, and 12,000 guardian kings of Buddhism, who were usually the most renowned in Buddhism, were all dead. Not even a sliver of their soul was left behind. Who would be bold enough to use these people's lives to put on a show? A bodhisattva trembled in anger. She barked, Demon monked at you must have done this. Why? Why? You are guilty of the most heinous crimes. A series of resonant Buddhist chants rang out in the air. The 18 revered ones directly ripped open space and arrived above the Chan monastery of Great Naga in a hurry with their unknown holiness of Buddhism. Supremacy de, he rolled his eyes and barked. You sure are fast. Huh, aren't you a little too despicable? In order to frame me, you actually colluded with the demon to torture and kill your own disciples. Do you really have to go so far? The ancient coffin Buddha, who possessed the highest status and seniority among the 18 revered ones, the one people usually referred to as the coffin Buddha, brought his palms together and snorted coldly through gritted teeth. Supremacy de, you must give the Buddhist school an explanation for this. Why did so many elites of the Buddhist sect die in your dojo? Before Supremacy de could defend himself, the coffin Buddha ground his teeth so hard that they creaked. The corners of his eyes and the tips of his brows were filled with indescribable joy, but he put on a pained expression and barked. Purple-eyed soul suppression Bodhisattva was the Lord Buddha's gatekeeper, yet you actually colluded with the demon to kill her. Purple-eyed's 18 disciples are all Buddhas, yet now they've been reduced to the strength of peak golden immortals. There are also the 500 golden arhats, 3,000 Jedi, and 12,000 guardian kings of Buddhism. You must shoulder the responsibility for the deaths of these people. Supremacy de, he stomped his foot in anger. He roared furiously, "Old coffin, what the hell does this have to do with me? I was cultivating in secluded cultivation in my own monastery, yet someone died at my doorstep. Am I supposed to take responsibility for them? Damn it, they came to my monastery for no reason. So, who is going to take responsibility for this?" Reverend Xianxia cried out sarcastically, "Alas, the internal strife of your Buddhist League has actually come to such a point." TSK, sitting in seclusion at home, disaster comes from the sky. Great monk, tell me, how did you become a sinner who colluded with the demon? Without waiting for the coffin Buddha to speak, Reverend Xianxia smiled and said, "Greetings, venerables of the world. Well, I've witnessed everything that happened today with my own eyes. You can't blame Senior Brother to E for everything." The coffin Buddha gave Reverend Xianxia a cold look and said, "Your Majesty, this is an internal affair of the Buddhist League. Please don't interfere." Reverend Xianxia was speechless for a long while. Clearly, the coffin Buddha was distorting the truth, and he was not even willing to listen to him, a witness. Shaking his head, Reverend Xianxia sneered. A beam of light rushed out of the top of his head, and the grand pure universe star positioning pagoda emerged soundlessly with starlight. "Since you're being unreasonable, what else is there to say?" he said coolly. "Today, I'll have a taste of your skills." Amidst the cold laughter, Reverend Xianxia said proudly, "As the Celestial Emperor, I have to maintain the purity of this world. When I see injustice on a road, I have to step on it. I only ask for justice, and I don't care about your filthy fights for power and profit." Supremacy de, he looked up at the sky and heaved a long sigh. Then, he gave a thumbs up and praised, "Your Majesty, you're a righteous man." The faces of the 18 venerables were so dark that ink could drip out of them. Judging by their expressions, they wished they could strangle Reverend Xianxia to death. Chapter 1155. Merciful Buddha. In the face of esteemed Xianxia and Supremacy Dei's declaration, Coffin the World simply chanted the name of Buddha, then pressed his palm down. The void in all directions vanished, and a huge golden Buddha palm slowly pressed down from the sky, accompanied by rolling clouds and golden light. Esteemed Xianxia's expression flickered slightly as he cried out, "Suppress." At the command of esteemed Xianxia, countless city gods, earthly gods, and mountain gods were about to use the power of the heavenly Tao to resist Coffin the World's heavy blow when a few clouds suddenly drifted down from the sky, upon which stood a few celestial lords wearing star crowns and robes, their bodies glinting with magical light. The leading celestial lord was stroking a small horsewhip in his hand as he said with a faint smile, "Your divine positions are the public weapons of the heavenly Tao. How can you use them for personal grudges?" With a simple sentence, the city gods, earth gods, and mountain gods immediately turned into gusts of chilly wind and scattered in all directions. Even the Een soldiers under their command ran away without a trace. Who did not know these celestial lords? The leading one was none other than Celestial Lord Heavenly Origin, one of the 1,080,000 celestial lords who had just been conferred. Celestial Lord Heavenly Origin, the leader of the 1,080,000 celestial lords, was the commander of the celestial lords of the celestial court, reporting directly to Great Celestial Emperor Yuanzhan, and was one of the 3 marshals under his command. When he was alive, he was the first disciple of Great Celestial Emperor Yuanzhan. Both he and Great Celestial Emperor Yuanzhan were killed by the terrible sword formation set up by the Wahuang clan in the night of the upheaval in Liangzhu. Therefore, he had no choice but to enter the list of investiture of the gods. They had spent millions of years together, and they had fallen at the same time. Therefore, Celestial Lord Heavenly Origin was almost the spokesperson of Great Celestial Emperor Yuanzhan in the Celestial Court. Anything he said could be regarded as the will of Great Celestial Emperor Yuanzhan. Since Celestial Lord Heavenly Origin had come forward to expel these city gods and earthly gods, who would dare to stay here any longer? Although esteemed Xianxia was also a great celestial emperor conferred by Daozu, all the gods of the three realms knew that he had been a mere figurehead in the past 2 years and could not even order a servant in the celestial court. But great celestial Emperor Yuanzhen was different. If these city gods, celestial emperors, and earthly gods disobeyed him, there would be no end of trouble. One must know that after the heavenly court conferred the title of God, the power of heavenly Tao would even condense a god execution stage. Seeing countless Yin spirits fleeing, esteemed Xianxia was so angry that his eyebrows twitched. He sneered and said, "Good, good, good. Star Lord of Heavenly Origin, I'll remember you today." Celestial Heavens said, "And of Heavenly Tao, heavenly gods of the Tian of the list of gods. Celestial Heaven, he of Chun Emperor, Celestial Tian of Celestial God, is the deities of the Celestial Court are the public instruments of the heavenly axiom. How can you use these deities to help you because of your personal grudge?" Shaking his head and letting out a sigh, Heavenly Origin Celestial Lord smiled at Reverend Xianxia in embarrassment. Then, together with the other Celestial Lords behind him, he flew towards the Celestial Court. The corners of Venerable Xianxia's mouth twitched in anger. He suddenly sneered and said, "Good, good, good. Venerable Dai, I will uphold justice for you today. I want to see if there is really no reason in the three realms of heaven, earth, and man. At most, I'll accompany you to the Great Spirit Vulture Mountain and ask the 7 Buddhas what they mean." Coffin World Revered One's expression changed slightly as he suddenly stopped. High up in the sky, the huge Buddha palm wrapped in golden light flew up hesitantly. Coffin the World's exalted expression changed rapidly. Suddenly, he said coolly, "Great Violet Celestial Emperor, this is the Buddhist League's affair. Why do you have to interfere?" Venerable Dai colluded with fiends to harm. Reverend Xianxia interrupted Coffin World Revered One's words and sneered, "Do you think the 7 Buddhas will believe you?" Coffin World Revered One was silent for a long time. Then, he nodded slowly and said, "I'm not the only one who says so. If all my fellow disciples in the Great Spirit Vulture Mountain say so, then this matter must have something to do with Venerable Dai." Taking a deep breath, Reverend Xianxia slowly drew out a white jade ruler and said coolly, "Cut the crap. If you want to fight, let's fight. I want you people to know that there are some things that you can't do as you please. The Celestial Court is like that, and so is the Buddhist League." Coffin World Revered One squinted at Reverend Xianxia, and suddenly, a surge of anger rose in his heart. Raising his head to look in the direction of the Celestial Court, he almost cursed out loud. In World Revered One's opinion, esteemed Xianxia was venting his anger of being ostracized in the Heaven Court on Buddhism. That was why he was pitted against Venerable Wang Ba, who was in the same boat and stood up for the Venerable so stubbornly. He could even imagine that the 6 legitimate great celestial emperors in the Celestial Court were watching him. They were watching a good show, but he was in a difficult position. After losing so many of the Buddhist League's signboards, if he didn't find a scapegoat, he and his people would suffer. Who was more suitable than Venerable Dai to be the scapegoat? He was the one who disobeyed the decision of the Buddhist League Conference and left the Great Spirit Vulture Mountain to return to his own Bodhimanda. He had a personal grudge with the purple-eyed spirit suppressing Bodhisattva, and then the sudden disappearance of the purple-eyed spirit suppressing Bodhisattva's son. The biggest suspect was Venerable Dai. He confronted the Buddhist League's army in his own Bodhimanda, causing Reverend Xianxia to intervene and almost cause a war. In the end, the devil attacked and killed so many people, and it was still Venerable Dai. Moreover, so many Buddhist disciples were killed in Venerable Dai's Bodhimanda. If Venerable Dai didn't have to bear the responsibility, how could he let someone else take the blame? If it was any other day, Coffin World Revered One and the others wouldn't dare to treat Venerable Dai like this. and they wouldn't dare to openly make a Buddhist League's fellow Taoist a scapegoat. But now, the 7 Buddhist ancestors were cultivating in seclusion. They wanted to break through to some elusive and mysterious realm, so they had no time to pay attention to the outside world. As long as they could firmly make Venerable Yi the scapegoat for colluding with the devil, he wouldn't be able to make a comeback no matter what. But now, with Reverend Shouzhua in the middle, it was too difficult. Kill Reverend Shouzhua? Coffin World Revered One and the other 17 Revered One had the ability to do so, but they didn't have the guts. Reverend Shouzhua was the great celestial emperor conferred by Daozu. If they killed him, Daozu would definitely investigate when he came out of seclusion. Then, the matter of them making Venerable Yi a scapegoat would not be concealed. When that time came, who could bear the thunderous wrath of Daozu and Chi-Chi Buddha? Coffin World Revered One shook his head in distress. There was no need to mention the anger in his heart. He looked in the direction of the celestial court and sighed deeply. Although the Buddhist League's mighty figures of Gurdrakata Mountain wanted to exclude Venerable Yi, wasn't the celestial court also trying to exclude Reverend Shouzhua? Now that these two were in cahoots, the celestial court had to come out and express its concern. What's the big deal about sending a Star Lord of heavenly origin to drive away a group of city gods and land gods? You have to have a more substantial action. Coffin World Revered One squinted at Reverend Shouzhua and Venerable Yi. His spirit sense had already reached the 33 Skies Hall of Light. He wanted to join hands with Yuan Zhen Great Celestial Emperor. No matter what, he had to make this big scapegoat. In the Hall of Light, Yuan Zhen Great Celestial Emperor was gloating at the situation in the lower worlds through a light mirror. Seeing Coffin World Revered One's face, Yuan Zhen Great Celestial Emperor and the other 5 Great Celestial Emperors laughed at the same time. While they were laughing, a clear voice sounded in the ears of the 5 Great Celestial Emperors. Reverend Shouzhua and Venerable Yi colluded with world breakers to kill Buddhist disciples. That's why I killed them. What do you think, Great Celestial Emperors? The 6 Great Celestial Emperors' smiles froze. They looked at each other and could not help but marvel at Coffin World Revered One's ruthlessness. Killing Reverend Shouzhua and Venerable Yi was something that none of the Great Celestial Emperors had the guts to do, but Coffin World Revered One was very direct. After a moment of silence, Yuan Zhen Great Celestial Emperor coldly said, "If I can do it, I will speak to Daozu. But if I can't, don't blame me for knocking on the door of Dao Yuan Palace and telling the 9 Daozu everything that happened today." World Venerable Coffin's spiritual consciousness slowly left the Hall of Enlightenment, and a monstrous anger emerged in his heart for no reason. Yuan Zhen Great Celestial Emperor suddenly laughed. He shook his head and said, "That stupid Baldy. He is so bold that he caused trouble. Why do you have to bring it on us? The losses that the Buddhists suffered today. Ha. When the Buddha comes out, he will make them pay. Let's just watch the show. If he can kill Reverend Shouzhua, that will be the best. If he can't, then let that stupid Baldy take all the blame." Yuan Zhen Great Celestial Emperor smiled. He clapped his hands and said, "Guard against the attacks of world breakers and demon breakers. Close the 4 heavenly gates and order all the clergy offices to close their doors. No one is allowed to enter or leave. None of us knew anything about what happened today." The 6 Great Celestial Emperors looked at each other and coughed up a mouthful of purple gold blood. Great Celestial the Arch Yuan Yin sighed softly and said, "What powerful demons! I can't believe they invaded the celestial court and plotted against us. Luckily, we joined forces to drive them out. It's just a pity for those fellow Taoists from a Buddhist League." Yuan Zhen Great Celestial Emperor looked sad. He raised his sleeve to wipe the tears from the corners of his eyes and said, "So, the Celestial Court is still unable to resist the invasion of demon breakers, and there is nothing we can do to close the 4 heavenly gates. But Ziji Ling Great Celestial Emperor is still wandering outside. What if he runs into a demon tribulation?" Putting aside the fact that these old and cunning Great Celestial Emperors had already prepared all means to deal with them, Coffin the World, who had received the promise from the 6 celestial emperors, rolled his eyes and struck down with a backhand palm. Coffin World Revered One shed all pretense of cordiality and snapped furiously at Supremacy Day. You should not have interfered with our interests. We have cultivated hard in the Buddhist League for countless years, devoted ourselves to it, and risked our lives many times to get to where we are today. The 18 Revered One shouted in unison. What makes you think that you can surpass the predecessors? What makes you think that Buddha will pass all his mantle to you? 18 giant Buddha palms came crashing down from the sky. Judging by the momentum, the 18 Revered Ones weren't just going to kill esteemed Master Shojua and E-Supremacy. They weren't going to let anyone around them go. The celestial pagoda above Lord Shojua's head shone with a bright light as he prepared to withstand the joint attack of the 18 Revered One. Supremacy Dei heaved a long sigh, narrowed his eyes, and said, "Why do I still work so hard for the Buddhist League when it is so unfair? From today onwards, I will renounce asceticism and grow my hair. I will join the Taoist sect in the future." The Grand Venerable slapped his bald head, and his long hair immediately grew out. He casually grabbed downwards, and the Bodhi tree in the monastery turned into a streak of light, rushing into the air and colliding viciously with the 18 Buddhist palms. Chapter 1156. In the translucent palace, the 6 celestial emperors were shocked. The master of Mount Vulture, appointed by the 7 Buddhas, the great E-Supremacy with the highest status in the Buddhist League, had actually abandoned Buddhism and joined the Tao. It was like a thunderbolt had struck their heads. Despite their profound cultivation bases and high temperament, they almost jumped up and shouted. It was fun to watch the Buddhist League fight among themselves. When the 18 Revered Ones of the Buddhist League joined hands to kill the most outstanding genius of the Buddhist League in the recent dozens of eons, how delightful was that? But when the most outstanding genius of the Buddhist League suddenly abandoned Buddhism and joined the Tao, growing his long hair and preparing to become a Taoist priest, it was no longer delightful at all. Great Celestial Emperor Yuan Zhen's face darkened as he cried out coldly, "This is simply outrageous. This great E-Supremacy has made a great contribution to the Buddhist League, yet he was forced to leave the Buddhist League. This man is so powerful that even you and I may not be his match." If the 6 great celestial emperors' eyes flickered, and for a moment, none of them dared to look at each other. They all had the same wishful thinking in their minds. If Great E was still a disciple of the Buddhist League, they would only happily watch him throw away his life. But now that he had taken the oath of abandoning Buddhism and joining the Tao, perhaps they should try to recruit him? If any great celestial emperor could recruit such a powerful fighter, it would greatly increase his or her right to speak. Although the 6 great celestial emperors were from the same Tao League, and although they were all fellow disciples, their master was not the same Daozu. They were all disciples of 6 different Daozu. However, although they were from the same Tao League, they were not fellow disciples of the same sect. Therefore, the open and secret struggles between them had revealed some clues over the past 2 years. With Great Yi's fiery temper, if they could recruit him, he would be the best candidate to break through enemy lines, kill, and set fire to the enemy lines. Moreover, he was so strong that even the great celestial emperors might not be able to suppress him, even with the help of the heavenly Tao Godhood. Anyone would be envious of such a powerful ally. Great Celestial Emperor Yuan Zhen said slowly, "We will settle today's matter impartially." Great Celestial Monarch Yuan Yin chuckled and said, "You're right. Men, open the southern heavenly gate. We'll go to the lower realm." The gazes of the 6 great celestial emperors collided fiercely. It was as if invisible swords and sabers had collided countless times in the void, and sparks were almost produced. Inside the Hall of Transcendence, countless deities and immortal officials exchanged a glance, then immediately divided themselves into 6 groups and followed the celestial emperors out of the Hall of Transcendence. The sound of bugles and golden drums rang through the sky. 6 great celestial emperors of honor flew over along with rolling purple clouds. Then, the purple clouds soared into the sky and rushed directly through the southern heavenly gate to the lower realms. In the sky above the monastery, the 18 connected golden palms struck the Bodhi tree several dozen kilometers into the ground with a single strike. Afterwards, they pressed heavily against the grand Pure One star fixing tower. White lotuses surged out from various parts of the tower like the tide. The white lotuses flickered with spiritual light, illuminating the surroundings. Countless streaks of dazzling starlight sprayed out from the stamens of the white lotuses. The stars in the sky responded to Chi-Chi, and the power of countless stars rained down, merging with the white lotuses and turning into 33 silver screens that enveloped the surroundings. The Buddhist palms were as heavy as mountains, pressing heavily against the screens and producing a thunderous rumble. The first Buddhist palm was from the exalted world of Coffin. The esteemed Master Xianxia's body swayed slightly, and he could not help but sneer. He said sternly, "Is that all you've got? Break." The jade ruler in his hand trembled in the air, and the jade ruler with the patterns of a pangolin suddenly turned into a streak of jade-colored light that was 100 kilometers long. With a series of thunderclaps, it fell towards the Buddhist palm above him. The exalted world of Coffin let out a muffled grunt. The golden Buddhist palm was shattered into countless specks of light, while his right palm let out a muffled sound. A piece of skin on the webbing between his thumb and forefinger shattered, and large amounts of purple blood sprayed out, turning into countless purple crystals that fell to the ground. If the skin on the webbing was only damaged, then so be it, but the wound was actually constantly spreading towards the exalted world of Coffin's shoulder. With a series of explosions, a bloody gash extended from his webbing all the way to his right shoulder. The exalted world of Coffin's face twisted in pain. He flew backwards in a hurry, taking out a bottle of secret Buddhist ointment and smearing it on the wound in a hurry. The expressions of the other 17 exalts changed slightly. Not only was the esteemed Master Xianxia's protective tower a supreme treasure of primordial, but the jade ruler he used to strike others was also a supreme treasure of supreme power. This treasure had originally hung in the treasury of the Dao Origin Palace, a private possession of the 9 Daozu. Afterwards, in order to rope in the esteemed Master Xianxia, the Lyoga ruler became his arcane artifact. Today, a casual strike from esteemed Master Xianxia had actually wounded the world of Coffin's body. The power of the Lyoga ruler was truly astonishing. Since esteemed Master Xianxia had succeeded in one strike, he didn't want to show any mercy to these people. The Lyoga ruler kept whistling out, reaching tens of feet in a row. Every strike shattered the golden Buddha palm that came crashing down from the sky. All 17 exalts were struck by esteemed Master Xianxia, and even though their golden bodies were strong, their bones and tendons were broken, making them look very miserable. The surrounding Buddhas roared angrily. Esteemed Master Xianxia's right hand was trembling, and a large amount of purple blood was flowing down along the jade ruler. After all, it was a joint strike from 18 exalts. Although esteemed Master Xianxia had broken their attacks with the power of the supreme treasure of primordial, his right palm was still torn apart by the counterforce. The Lyoga ruler kept shaking in his palm, rubbing against the bones of Wuxia's fingers and producing a creaking noise that made one's teeth ache. Next to him, Reverend Dei quickly tied his hair into a bun, then pointed a finger at his kasaya, which immediately transformed into a loose Taoist robe of water and fire. He wrapped the robe around his body, then shook the Vajra scepter in his hand and transformed it into a peach-wood sword commonly used by Taoists. He threw his head back and laughed coldly, then cried out angrily, "A bunch of shameless bald monks from the Buddhist League. Have a taste of my sword." Reverend Dei changed his role very quickly. Just a moment ago, he was shouting Lord Buddha, but now he was addressing himself as Lord Buddha in a practiced manner. Xianxia and the others had just been beaten up by esteemed Master Xianxia and were busy applying medicine to their wounds. But suddenly, Reverend Dei charged forward like a bear that had just had its buttock stabbed. The peachwood sword transformed from the Vajra scepter was 12 feet long, 1 foot wide, and half a foot thick, with a razor-sharp edge. It was heavy, sturdy, and mighty, no matter how one looked at it. This peachwood sword had nothing to do with a peachwood sword. But Reverend Dei kept yelling and shouting, asking the enemy to have a taste of his sword, and then charged towards Xianxia with the huge sword in his hand. While cursing a bald donkey, Reverend Dei thrust the sword forward. A beam of golden light on the edge of the sword transformed into dozens of ferocious tigers, roaring and lunging towards Xianxia's head with their sharp teeth bared. Xianxia snorted coldly and waved both hands. 2 golden dragons shot out from his pale yellow sleeves. The dragons and tigers fought in midair, shaking half the sky and shaking the surrounding mountains, scaring those mountain gods who were hiding in the mountains and making them recite incantations to strengthen the mountains. These mountain gods of the great dragon mountains were even ready to die. Why were they so unlucky as to be conferred as mountain gods of the great dragon mountains? The master of the Chan monastery of Great Naga was a troublemaker. Now that 18 Buddhist exalts were up against him, who else would come later? Judging by the situation, the great dragon mountains were about to be lost. The lives of these mountain gods were closely linked to the mountains they had been conferred with. If the mountains collapsed, they would be heavily injured too, and they would be severely punished by the celestial court. Even if they managed to escape the death penalty, who knew where they would be sent off to become an inconspicuous attendant? That would truly be worse than death. Just as these mountain gods were weeping and working hard, esteemed Master Xianxia had already rushed into the sky with the Lianga ruler, working together with Reverend Dei to attack the 18 revered emperors. Not to be outdone, the 18 revered emperors, including Reverend Coffin, unleashed their respective supreme treasures of primal to fight against the 2. Dozens of supreme treasures of primal smashed all over the sky, throwing the world into chaos. Fortunately, the apotheosis of the 3 realms had been completed, and the structure of the world was unprecedentedly stable. Even with 20 Tao-breaking experts fighting to the death here, the world was still as stable as before. If it were before the apotheosis of gods, if they fought less than 10 miles from the ground, this piece of Panga continent, which measured hundreds of millions of miles in circumference, would have long been smashed into pieces and thrown into outer space. Both esteemed Master Xianxia and Reverend Dei possessed the strength of peak Tao-breaking experts, and each had several supreme treasures of primal with them. Although the 18 revered emperors were all Tao-breaking experts, except for Reverend Coffin, who was strong enough to fight against them, the others were much weaker than them, and the supreme treasures of primal they possessed were not as extravagant as the 2 of them. Therefore, the 2 of them fought the 18 revered emperors head-on, and they did not seem to be at a disadvantage at all. The 6 celestial emperors, who were rushing over from the sky, could not help but feel delighted when they saw the divine abilities of the 2 men. Great Celestial Emperor Yuanzhun was the most cunning and decisive. He immediately pulled out the great seal of the heavenly Tao, which he had condensed when he was conferred the title of Celestial Emperor, and smashed it down. A 5-colored light flashed, and Reverend Coffin, who was locked in a stalemate with Reverend Dei, gave a muffled grunt as a fist-sized blood bubble burst out of his bald forehead. His body trembled for a while, then his eyes rolled back and he fell to the ground. Great Celestial Emperor Yuanzhun was the great sect master of the Tao League when he was alive, and his cultivation base had reached the peak of the Tao-breaking realm. Coupled with the blessing of the heavenly Tao after being conferred the title of Celestial Emperor, his divine abilities had become even more unfathomable. Now, he had launched a sneak attack from behind, so it was easy for him to defeat Reverend Coffin. The other celestial emperors were shocked. They roared furiously at Chi-Chi and almost cursed it out loud. When the other 6 celestial emperors saw that great celestial emperor Yuanzhun had taken the initiative to do them a favor, they had no choice but to shout in unison, "Please stop, everyone! The world is clear, and we are in broad daylight, so we have to clear up all the grievances between us. As the great celestial emperors of the 3 realms, we will uphold justice for you." Reverend Shou shook his right hand, which was bleeding profusely, and suddenly laughed coldly. Reverend Dei squinted at the 6 great celestial emperors, who were surrounded by millions of celestial soldiers, and also laughed mockingly. The faces of the many Buddhist saints turned extremely unsightly. Had these 6 great celestial emperors gone mad? At this critical juncture, Reverend Shou and Reverend Dei suddenly swayed, and they could not help but smile wildly. They sensed a very familiar aura suddenly appearing, and it was so close to them. That incomparably familiar aura was right above their heads, no more than 10,000 miles away. For almighty experts like them, this distance was no different from face to face. Wuxia was back. He had come out of the 7 Holiness Palace, and he had returned to Panga World. Reverend Shou and Reverend Dei were reassured. Immediately, Reverend Dei swung his arms and walked up to the 6 great celestial emperors. Chapter 11:57. The sky is blue, the sea is blue, the grass is green, and the flowers are red. I'm in a great mood. Standing tens of thousands of miles high in the sky, Buzin sat lazily on a dark cloud, throwing his head back and roaring with great interest. Surrounded by restrictive spells cast by Wuxia, no matter how loud he screamed, he was not afraid that someone would hear him. Immortal Jadebone sat gently next to Buzin, slowly massaging his shoulders. Buzin narrowed his eyes comfortably, his body twisting like an earthworm. Wuxia and his company were also taking deep breaths, wearing relaxed smiles on their faces, as well as the joy of escaping from death. They had finally left the 7 Holies Palace. There were countless restrictive spells, countless obstacles, and countless criticisms, but Wuxia had led them all the way out. But those chaotic creatures who had joined Wuxia and his companions were completely wiped out because of Wuxia's many mistakes. When the last Lao AI was completely wiped out, Wuxia wisely led them out of the 7 Holies Palace. The harvest was great enough, and they could not risk the lives of their own people. They did not feel it when they were outside, but after escaping from the 7 Holies Palace, they realized that the scenery on Panga Continent was so beautiful, the air was so fresh, and the flowers, plants, and trees were so beautiful. Before they knew it, they had gotten used to living here, and had regarded it as some kind of refuge. Subconsciously, Wuxia thought that maybe he should do his best to fight against the world breakers, so that they could not destroy Panga World as well. Not only was Panga Continent here, but also his old friends, and even Immortal World, the hometown that he was familiar with. This world contained far too many of his memories, and he absolutely could not allow them to be destroyed so easily. Looking down, he saw esteemed Shouhua and Supremacy Great he trying to get close to the 6 celestial emperors, who were arguing with the 18 revered ones of the Buddhist League, accusing them of violating Daozu's decree by attacking esteemed Shouhua rashly. While arguing, the 6 celestial emperors still had enough time to express their goodwill to Supremacy Great and their words clearly showed their intention to recruit him. Supremacy Great he waved his hands and feet like a robber, taking advantage of the fact that the 6 celestial emperors were trying to recruit him, and he kept pushing all the blame to the revered ones. In his opinion, these revered ones were a group of shameless bald donkeys, and all the sins were caused by them. As for him, the supremacy, he was the purest and kindest person in the world. The disappearance of the purple-eyed soul suppressing Bodhisattva's son had absolutely nothing to do with him. Interesting. Wuxia undid the restrictive spell, and the group slowly flew down on a cloud. Ninetails waved his long tail and pincers joyfully. In his little memory, he thought that Wuxia was going to hunt the 6 great celestial emperors and the 18 revered Buddhas. These people looked delicious. Ninetail's mouth began to secrete rapidly again, and large streams of saliva kept dripping down his cheeks. With so many almighty experts present, someone soon discovered the whereabouts of Wuxia and his companions. Everyone looked up warily. The faces of the 6 celestial emperors changed slightly, and the faces of the revered ones did not look any better. They all knew Wuxia, the former king of EC of the Yu, who had caused them countless troubles at the beginning of the War of God's Investiture, especially when the Ling dynasty, which was controlled by the Tao League, was utterly defeated by the EC. The 6 celestial emperors still remembered that. But today, Wuxia and the people around him gave off an unfathomable feeling. Whether it was the Tao Divine Eyes or the Buddhist Dharma Eyes, no matter how hard the 6 celestial emperors and the revered ones tried, they could not see through Wuxia and his companions. Even Tu Xiaobai and Yuan Qing, who stood beside Wuxia, seemed to be shrouded in a faint layer of mist, blocking their line of sight. Everyone gasped at the same time. Only Lord Shouzhua and Supremacy cupped their fists and bowed to Wuxia. Wuxia hurriedly returned the greeting and said with a smile, "It's a pleasant surprise to meet you two here. I heard that fellow Taoist Shouzhua is already a celestial emperor, and fellow Taoist Great E is also a Buddhist Mountain Master. Why are you here? Ah ha ha!" While Wuxia was laughing, the celestial emperors and revered ones were exchanging glances. They vaguely sensed that something out of control was about to happen. Suddenly, Great Celestial Emperor Yuan Zhen burst into laughter. He nodded to Wuxia and said, "I'm Wuxia, King of EC. I haven't seen you for some time." With a surprised cry, Wuxia nodded to Great Celestial Emperor Yuan Zhen with a smile and said, "Greetings, your majesties. I'm Wuxia, an idler from the secular world. May I know how to address you, your majesties? Please forgive me if I've been rude." He then nodded at the Buddhist revered ones and said, "The revered ones are also ordinary. I wonder what your Dharma names are. If there is any disrespect, everyone here is a great virtue of the Buddhist sect, so your hearts must be broad. You will definitely not take it to heart if there is any slight disrespect." After laughing for a while, Wuxia continued to get closer to Reverend Shouzhua. Both of them were talking and laughing happily, and soon they were so close to each other that their eyes were almost filled with pink chicken hearts. Anyone could tell at a glance that they had fallen in love with each other and were about to become lovers. Their nonchalant attitude greatly displeased the celestial emperors and revered ones. But, as they were all shrewd men, they just looked at Wuxia with a smile on their faces, wondering why Wuxia would suddenly appear at this critical juncture, and why they could not see through his cultivation base. Could it be that he and the people around him had some fortuitous encounter and found some treasures that could conceal their auras? But why was he trying to curry favor with esteemed Shouzhua? Before the celestial emperors and revered ones could figure out what was at stake, Wuxia had already bowed deeply to esteemed Shouzhua and said, "The great Tao of heaven has been settled, and the position of God has been determined. The Yu is already a thing of the past. Wuxia just wants to find a place where he can earn a salary and support his family. I wonder if your majesty can give Wuxia a chance? As long as your majesty is willing to accept Wuxia and all my friends and relatives, I will gladly take up an idle position in the civil service." Suddenly, Great Celestial Emperor Yuan Zhen felt his back go numb, and countless hairs on his body stood on end. "This is ridiculous. You are subject of the Yu. How can you join the celestial court?" He cried out almost instinctively. Esteemed Shouzhua twitched his mouth, tilted his head, and sneered. "This is ridiculous. How can your majesties interfere with my government affairs? I've long heard that Wuxia, King of EC, is wise, and virtuous. I happen to be in need of a mighty god who can rule over the mountains, rivers, water, and land, and supervise all the city gods, land gods, mountain gods, water gods, and all the gods on Panga continent for me. I wonder if the King of East Sea can condescend to this position." Not allowing the 6 great celestial emperors to object, Wuxia had already accepted the appointment from esteemed Xianxia. That's great, Your Majesty. Just hand over the position to Wuxia, and I'll make sure that all the city gods, land gods, mountain gods, and water gods are obedient, and no one dares to jump out and make trouble. Wuxia narrowed his eyes and let out a creepy laugh. Grady grinned and cried out, "Wonderful! A bunch of damn people are in a hurry to slander me. I can't stay in the Buddhist League any longer. Your Majesty Xianxia, it's no different from herding a sheep or releasing a flock of sheep. Why don't you take me in as well?" Esteemed Xianxia clapped his hands and laughed so hard that his eyes narrowed into a line. He nodded happily and said, "Wonderful. Fellow Taoist great you can be my marshal of evil slaying, and you'll be in charge of all my immortal soldiers and generals." The faces of the celestial emperors and the revered ones changed dramatically. What the celestial emperors thought was that since both Wuxia and Great had taken refuge with esteemed Xianxia, the latter's overall strength would be greatly enhanced, and he would be qualified to fight for power in the celestial court. They could not understand why Wuxia and esteemed Xianxia was suddenly hooked up with each other, as if they knew each other in their previous lives. Moreover, esteemed Xianxia had taken in Wuxia just like that. Wasn't he afraid of his loyalty at all? What the revered ones thought was that if Great took refuge with the Tao League and really became the marshal of evil slaying under the heaven and earth, they would be overjoyed. When the Buddha came out of seclusion and found that purple-eyed spirit suppressing Bodhisattva, many arhats, jedi, and heavenly kings were dead, and Great had become the Taoist League's ox nose. Moreover, no one had taken the blame for all this. Were they going to take the blame themselves? World-revered Coffin, who had just been smashed into the dust by great celestial emperor Yuanzhen's seal, flew back shakily and shouted, "This is ridiculous! Great how dare you betray the Buddhist League? Xianxia, how dare you take in a traitor of the Buddhist League? Are you trying to go against the Buddhist League? Get lost!" A black shadow flashed by, and Buzin suddenly tore through the void and appeared in front of world-revered Coffin. He slapped world-revered Coffin across the face and sent him flying hundreds of miles away. He spun and crashed into a huge mountain. A long row of 7-colored teeth spurted out from Coffin World's venerable's mouth. Under the sunlight, these teeth were shining brightly, looking extraordinarily beautiful. Buzin shouted, "Stop talking nonsense here. Does one have to be a monk for the rest of his life after being a monk for one day? Is your Buddhist League a place of peace and quiet, or a fucking brothel? Do you not allow people to be good?" Great Supremacy was so angry that his teeth hurt. What did he mean by being good? Why were Buzin's words so unpleasant to the ear? The other celestial emperors and world-revered ones were stunned by Buzin's slap. Just now, when Buzin slapped, world-revered Coffin's face had clearly flashed with a Buddhist light. Clearly, world-revered Coffin had made a timely defense. But Buzin's slap had shattered his protective Buddhist light and sent his teeth flying. What kind of strength was this? This was different from Great Celestial Emperor Yuanzhen's sneak attack. That was a sneak attack that knocked world-revered Coffin unconscious. This time, Buzin was facing the enemy head-on. He had sent a peak, Tao-breaking realm, revered ones flying. Could it be that Buzin already had a Tao-fusing realm cultivation base? All the celestial emperors and world-revered ones began to tremble. If Buzin really had a Tao-fusing realm cultivation base, what about Wuxia and the others? Wuxia, Princess Zhonglu, Xia, Buzin, Lord Xianxia, Catfish, Gold Horn, Silver Horn, Gold Feather, Silver Feather, Tu Xiaobai, Yuan Qing, and a 9-tailed scorpion. None of them could see through the cultivation base of these 13 people. Could it be that they all had the same cultivation base? Then, they saw Reverend Xianxia burst into laughter. With Wuqi's introduction, he invited all the people around Wuqi to his seat as if there was no one else around him. and conferred them with divine positions on the spot. For example, Ao Buzin had become the water saint under Reverend Xianxia, the water god responsible for supervising all the oceans and lakes on Panga continent. The 6 celestial emperors felt dizzy. How are they going to end this? How dare you, Reverend Xianxia? Chapter 1158. The World Lord of the Outer Coffin, who was as famous as the World Lord of the Outer Coffin, was shocked for a moment, then flew into a rage. He rubbed his hands together and released them. A Buddhist light the size of a human head shot out, within which were 3 tiny Vajra pestles that spun rapidly. From time to time, the heavy chanting of the 6 syllables of the Buddhist League could be heard. The 3 pestles were only as long as a palm and as thick as a thumb. They were green in color and had a bit of mildew on them, as if they were carved from the wood of an ancient coffin. The magical artifacts of the Buddhist League usually emanated a grand and solemn aura, but these 3 pestles carried an aura of nirvana that could make one feel dead and despairing. The World Lord of the Outer Coffin and the World Lord of the Outer Coffin were a pair of coffins of the Buddhist League. They cultivated the Tao of nirvana, breaking the samsara of nirvana to obtain the great divine abilities. Therefore, their Zen techniques were very different from the other world lords. Normally, they would use the golden light and auspicious cloud of the Buddhist League's arrows, but when they used their ultimate techniques, they would emit an aura of death and dusk. They didn't look like eminent monks of the Buddhist League, but more like evil fiends. The light ball pierced through the void and struck heavily on Ao Buzin's chest. Ao Buzin gave a strange laugh. His shirt was torn to pieces, revealing the 3 thick layers of dragon scales on his chest. He whistled proudly and wriggled his lower body at the World Lord of the Outer Coffin in a wretched manner. The 3 pestles struck the dragon scales and let out a mournful wail. The dragon scales on Ao Buzin's body stood up as if the pestles had struck a blade. The pestles were made from the primordial divine, what extracted from the World Lord of the Outer Coffin's body, but they were cut into sticks by the scales on Ao Buzin's body. Green and moldy wooden strips fell down with a mournful wail. The World Lord of the Outer Coffin's body swayed, and a stream of green blood slowly trickled down from the corner of his mouth. The expressions of the other Buddhist world venerables changed. Chi-Chi raised his hand and was about to attack Ao Buzin. A long howl came from afar. World Venerable Coffin, who was sent flying by Ao Buzin, flew back while holding his face that was swollen like a pig's head. He softly shouted to stop his fellow disciples' impulsive actions and glared at Ao Buzin. Then he coldly asked, are you really going to betray Buddhism? E Supremacy glared as he swung his huge peachwood sword and sneered. If I don't leave Buddhism, I will be sent to be your blade. Do you really think I'm stupid? You want to go fight those world breakers by myself? If you dare to use the method of killing with a borrowed knife to deal with me, this Taoist grandpa will give you a head full of shit. Laughing into the sky, Supremacy he shook his head and said arrogantly, when Buddha comes out of his seclusion, you can explain to him. Let's see if Buddha will believe your words. Bah, how much has Lao Tzu done for Buddhism? Would Lao Tzu collude with the demons of the outer domain to plot against Buddhist disciples? Your brains aren't filled with brain matter, but a pile of dog shit, right? Amidst the wild laughter, esteemed Shou Zhuo slowly cupped his hands and bowed to the 6 celestial emperors. Then he proudly took Wuxia into E Supremacy's hands and entered a chariot. The 1,000,000 immortals who served esteemed Shou Zhuo were singing the lyrics of Taoist love in high spirits as they rode the clouds and escorted the chariot straight to the southern heaven gate. When the chariot passed by the 6 celestial emperors, Wuxia deliberately raised his voice and said, Your Majesty, these days, Wuxia has found a lot of spirit herbs in the chaos. If they are refined into spirit pills, it will be enough to make the immortal arts under your Majesty's command improve greatly. As long as your Majesty can have hundreds of more primordial immortals and hundreds of thousands of golden immortals, your Majesty's position as the Celestial Emperor will be secure. The 6 Celestial Emperors almost vomited blood. Hundreds of primordial immortals and hundreds of thousands of golden immortals? No matter how many gold immortals there were, the Celestial Emperors would not take them seriously. But hundreds of primordial immortals would definitely destroy the balance of the entire Celestial Court. If esteemed Xianxia suddenly had hundreds of primordial immortals under his command, how could the other Celestial Emperors survive? Whether Wuxia was telling the truth or not, as long as there was a slight possibility, esteemed Xianxia could not be allowed to have so many formidable immortals. The Celestial Emperor's procession rose into the sky and hurried toward the southern heavenly gate. Coffin World and Coffin World exchanged a glance, whispered a few words, and then hurried back to Mount Gradrakata, as if there, but they're on fire. While the Celestial Emperors were busy dealing with esteemed Xianxia, whose power had suddenly skyrocketed, the world exalts were in even greater trouble. Not only had they failed to kill the E with a borrowed knife, but they had also allowed the boar to seek refuge with the Tao League. How are they going to clean up this mess? With their minds occupied, the Celestial Emperor's procession slowed down a lot. By the time they rushed out of the astral wind zone at the highest point of Panga continent, Wuxia and his company had already arrived outside the southern heavenly gate. But the southern heavenly gate looked very strange today. The 8 heavenly kings stood in a straight line behind the gate, and the huge gate was shrouded in a soft, immortal light. A faintly discernible golden gate stood in front of everyone, emanating a powerful energy fluctuation that made it impossible for anyone to approach. Originally, the southern heavenly gate only had a white jade gateway that stood about 10,000 feet tall, with some attached palaces and pavilions on both sides. But once this golden gate appeared, it meant that the southern heavenly gate was completely closed, and the passage between the 33 heavens and the outside world was cut off. Clad in the imperial robe, esteemed Xianxia walked out of the chariot with a gloomy face. Staring at the southern heavenly gate, he snapped, "What are you doing? Why are you closing the southern heavenly gate for no reason? Open the gate now and let me in." Not only were the 8 heavenly kings guarding the southern heavenly gate, but also 3,000 immortal generals and 1,000,000 immortal soldiers. Upon hearing esteemed Xianxia's rebuke, the heavenly king of state guarding, who was the leader of the 8 heavenly kings, walked out slowly and said slowly, "Please forgive me, your majesty. This is an edict jointly signed by 6 great celestial emperors. The 4 heavenly gates are closed to prevent the invasion of fiends." After a brief pause, the heavenly king of state guarding said with a strange smile, "If not for the joint edict of 6 great celestial emperors, I would not dare to open the southern heavenly gate." Esteemed Xianxia flew into a rage. He stomped his feet and growled, "How dare you? They have jointly ordered the southern heavenly gate to be closed. Why can't I go in?" The heavenly king of state guarding slowly walked out from behind the heavenly king of state guarding. He gently patted the Qilin statue carved on the Qilin heart protection mirror on his chest and said slowly, "Please forgive me, your majesty. The edict of 6 great celestial emperors is more important than the edict of 1 great celestial emperor. The southern heavenly gate cannot be opened easily. Of course, if your majesty is willing to let all your subjects and your majesty pass the examination of the demon-revealing mirror, we can make an exception this time." Esteemed Xianxia's face darkened. On one side of the southern heavenly gate, there was a small side door. On the left and right sides of the door were the 4 divine beast talismans of the azure dragon, the white tiger, the vermilion bird, and the black tortoise. Above the lintel of the door hung a basin-sized green mirror, shining brightly. This was the demon-revealing mirror, a divine tool of the celestial court created by the heavenly Tao after the deity positions of the celestial court were settled. This demon-revealing mirror was condensed from the power of the great Tao of Panga World. It contained an infinite amount of divine power. Even if one was a Tao-fusing cultivator, The mirror would be able to see through any illusionary magic that was cast by it. It was a divine tool that even mighty figures of the Tao fusing stage couldn't escape. If esteemed Xianxia was willing to let his 1,000,000 troops enter through the side door, he could avoid the danger of the breakers sneaking in. However, the problem was not so simple. Esteemed Xianxia was also one of the celestial emperors of the celestial court. If he yielded to the 8 heavenly kings, no one would listen to him in the celestial court in the future. How could a celestial emperor enter the celestial court through the side door? Didn't that mean that he was the son of a concubine? Esteemed Xianxia's face darkened. The 8 heavenly kings were deliberately making trouble for him. Closing the 4 heavenly gates to prevent demons from invading was all a lie. Only humiliating esteemed Xianxia was the real deal. The 8 heavenly kings wanted to humiliate him and completely strike at esteemed Xianxia's dignity. A deathly silence reigned both inside and outside the southern heavenly gate. The 8 heavenly kings and esteemed Xianxia stared at each other across the gate. Both sides were expressionless, and the troops under their command were as still as clay sculptures. No one dared to make a sound. The 1,000,000 immortals under esteemed Xianxia's command gritted their teeth. They were all small immortal sects and itinerant cultivators who relied on esteemed Xianxia for protection. Now that esteemed Xianxia had been humiliated like this, if he really gave in today, they would have no future in the celestial court. Instead of being bullied and oppressed in the celestial court, they would rather flee to Panga continent and live a free life. In the deathly silence, Wuxia suddenly laughed. Interesting. So, this is the legendary demon-revealing mirror? Wuxia laughed and reached out his hand to the small door on the east side of the southern heavenly gate. 5 beams of light shone out of his fingers. They did not look powerful, but they gave off a sense of extreme danger. A vast amount of immortal light poured out of the southern heavenly gate as the 8 heavenly kings roared in unison. "Who are you, evildoer? How dare you?" Before they could finish, all 8 heavenly kings were struck dumb. They were scared silly by Wuxia. 5 beams of light flew out, and the immortal light emitting from the southern heavenly gate melted rapidly like snow under the sun, turning into countless tiny specks that drifted in all directions. The beams of light unleashed by Wuxia easily grabbed the demon-revealing mirror, wrapped it up, and flew back to his side. After catching the mirror, Wuxia held it up and shone it at the 8 heavenly kings. He injected a bit of holy power into the demon-revealing mirror and said with a smile, "You're just gatekeepers, yet you dare to block the path of the Tao ancestors' celestial emperor. If you're not demons, then who is?" Under the control of the holy power, the demon-revealing mirror let out an uneasy and terrified moan. The surface of the mirror suddenly shook, and a blinding blue light shot out. The blue light struck the southern heavenly gate like a bolt of lightning, colliding with the immortal light emitted by the southern heavenly gate. With a loud bang, dozens of glaring cracks suddenly appeared on the memorial arch of the southern heavenly gate. Several huge pieces of jade fell from the memorial arch, smashing into the heads of the heavenly soldiers behind them and causing them to bleed. The demon-revealing mirror let out a sad cry, and a few glaring cracks also appeared on it. The southern heavenly gate's arch was also a divine artifact of the celestial court formed by the heavenly axiom after the celestial emperor was conferred. It had the same origin as the demon-revealing mirror. When Wuxia used his holy power to force the demon-revealing mirror to clash head-on with the southern heavenly gate, it was like 2 eggs crashing into each other. Both sides were severely injured. The 8 heavenly kings almost fainted. This was a divine artifact of the heavenly axiom. It was severely injured by Wuxia. The state guardian heavenly king pointed a trembling finger at Wuxia and screamed, "Men, take this monster down." Before he could finish, Wuxia also yelled, "Men, chase these snobs away and prepare a ceremonial battle. His Majesty is returning to the palace." Millions of immortals cheered in unison. "His Majesty is returning to the palace." Countless sword beams crashed into the southern heavenly gate like raindrops. You're tuning in to the Eternal Immortal Ballad YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.